and the defendant's criminal history. Crime and the defendant's criminal.
All right. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and cyborgs. Thank you so much for your patience. Sorry for all the baloney. This has been quite an experience getting all this set up. So I really appreciate it. We will be building stuff today. Don't you worry. Man, the baloney that I've had to go through to get this to get where we are right now. I don't even want to get too deep into it. Thank you so much for your patience. I guess we should start the show. I got the comments. I got the comments on right here. I got the camera mounted dead in the middle of the monitor, so I can look you guys in the eye as I acknowledge your comments and all that. I've got my workspace set up here. Cameras. Check this out. We got camera angles. Look at that. Look at that. We got a little marquee to thank our sponsors. Let's actually point the camera where it's supposed to go. There we go. We got an overhead camera just in case. Look at Joseph Prush's face. The camera will defocus if there's nothing here. So I've been putting this sticker here to force it to pull its act together. And we can even see what's on my screen when we're programming. Although I really hope it doesn't come to that because programming is boring. Exotios asks, what do you think about putting chat in the Octagon? I'm glad you asked that. I am not wearing the heads-up display because it's running Android. I think it's Android like 5 maybe. It's running a really, really old Android, and it won't load any, it won't load Play services. So I tried to write an app that would show this stuff, but it didn't work. Anyways, looks like we're all set. We're ready to roll. Let's take a look at what we're gonna be building today. Oh, you'll have to forgive if I'm switching scenes a little fast. By the way, let me know how all my audio and stuff is. I'm using a slightly different audio setup than usual, and all that. If there are any technical difficulties, you know, please let us know. Like the fox, I get it. You don't have to repeat yourself. Seriously, if you post one more time, I'm gonna ban you. So yes, first off, before we get, I started off on the wrong foot today. Let's take a look at what we're doing here. So, whoop, got our overhead camera. Oh, it's so fancy. Oh, now it's all blown out though. You'll have to forgive me for setting up. Or I guess you don't have to, but I would prefer if you did. For not getting our camera exactly perfect. Anyway, so what we're going to be building today is a tiny mechanical keyboard. So you've noticed that I've been playing with this guy. I'm going to keep this in frame. So you notice I've been playing with this guy here. This is just a, I think it's called the One-Up Sweet 16. It's like a very simple macro pad. I have it set up as a number pad, and each of these buttons is assigned to a different. It's assigned to a different camera angle and things. This isn't really a great solution because there are going to be times when I'm moving between working at the workbench, working in front of the computer, building stuff on the floor, going into the 3D printer closet to, you know, do 3D printer things. So that's why I came up with the idea for this guy. So. You'll notice I already partially assembled it. I'll explain why in a sec. But what this guy is basically it's a tiny Bluetooth mechanical keyboard. We're going to be we got these 3 switches. We're going to be putting a lithium battery inside. We've got Adafruit Feather NRF52 that's going to go in there, and we have OLEDs. And basically this is going to make a wireless 3-button mini macro pad. And I'll be able to put these near the cameras. So like if I want to, you know, like have you look through that camera, I can just like hit its button. When I want you to look through the other camera, I'll, you know, push that one's button. I'll be able to more easily move around the space and keep things pointed at myself. And plus I think it's a really cool project. Kind of like gives you 3 buttons anywhere, and because it has a tiny display, you'll be able to use it as the world's tiniest word processor. Yeah, so we're making a tiny Stream Deck. Yeah, so there are actually a number of projects, by the way. Oh, wrong button. We've got this thing here. This was an original design that I built last week. Yeah, thanks for my, thanks for my very silly name patrons. Yeah, I built this guy here. It's connected to the internet. It's automatically loading patron names in real time. So if you become a patron during the stream, your name can actually show up on here. That's what the little display here is going. What's the display for this going to do? I don't know. It's just one of those things where I feel like it would be better to start with the display and then not use it than vice versa. So we'll see. Yeah, so I built this guy here. The monitor, like the webcam, is mounted to the middle of the monitor. Let me see if I can find something mirrored. Check this out. Ah! So I got the webcam mounted to the middle of the monitor, and I put up some lights around it so I can look you in the eye. Just a lot of like little odds and ends here. So yeah, lots of odds and ends going on. But yeah, you guys didn't come here to hear about my. You guys didn't come here to hear about all the little mini projects I've been doing. You came here to see this particular project. So without further ado, I think we should jump right into it. So I designed this thing last week, and all I've done is some basic test fitting. Yeah, so we've got the battery clips in here. The reason I pre-mounted these is because if they didn't fit, like if they didn't fit, I would have to. If they didn't fit, I would have to redesign stuff. So you know, I got a little carried away. But yeah, I think it's time to get going. Feel free to check the. Feel free to post in chat. I'll be able to read every once in a while. Every once in a while, I might go into the tank and put my whole focus into it. But I'm going to try to keep on top of chat as soon as possible. Super chats will definitely get my attention, and and all that good stuff. Before we get too deep into it, let's just take a look at the comments. Let's see what's going on here. Brian Santero says, yes, I do in fact have a left eyeball. You wouldn't believe it from the stream, but it is surprising how many people are like, how many people leave me comments on the videos saying, like, you shouldn't wear that thing, like it breaks eye contact. Like, I think 50% of eye contact rounds up. Let's see. I dropped a switch. It'll turn up later. Let's see. One more thing. Moving on to... Someone says, F you, N-bomb. Great job, Google, for your excellent filtering. Yeah, final thing. This stream is sponsored by Things. I've been putting a lot of my projects up on Things. This thing will eventually upload on Things throughout the stream sometime. Yeah, Things is Things is like your one-stop shop for 3D printer, for printable STL models. And the thing I like about it is that it's very no nonsense and fast. It loads a 3D preview in like seconds. Pretty much all my projects now are hosted on Things, and they just introduced a augmented reality. So now you can preview models in augmented reality. It's pretty sweet. Restombra asks, wouldn't you like to make an algorithm to automatically change cameras? Hey, Thanks is in chat. How's it going? Restombra, programming is my weakest skill, as you'll see if we do any programming today. That is far beyond my capabilities. Far beyond. Let's see. Michael Cormier asks, where's the Things page? You can check the link in the description. I believe that should take you directly there. But yes, without further ado, I think it's about time we get down and dirty and we start building this thing. All right. So let's do this. First thing we have to do is just do a little soldering, and I just realized that I placed the sponsor matrix in front of the soldering iron. It's a little awkward. Yes. This is the first stream at the new place, and it's the first stream that I'm like, this is the first really, except for like that time I tried to build myself a Prusa. This is sort of the first stream we're doing, so like expect some kinks. Alright, so we'll get our 3D printer. We'll get our soldering iron set up. 3D Printing Nerd, thank you so much for the super chat. Love the stream setup. Thank you. I've been working really hard on it. I've been working really hard on it. You know what? While this is getting going, while our soldering iron is getting set, I've been waiting for a time to bust this thing out for the entire history of the channel, and I finally get a chance. Oh, here it is. Oh, this is my favorite. This is like my favorite tool. This is a desoldering gun. So it's a soldering iron, except it has the suck. And yeah, this is gonna come in handy here because the only displays I could find on such short notice have headers. So we are going to first apply the suck to these displays. Because we're not using pin headers. We're using wires. Yes, the desoldering gun does indeed go brrr. Oh, this thing's great. I love it. No Way says Hacko is so bad though. I think you're so bad. Let's get this thing in. I like Hacko tools. I have no problem with them. I'm ready to fight with all the Weller fanboys. Although I'll only fight over super chat. Give him the Zuck. Yes, perhaps. SUCC. Oh, this is the wrong tip. This is the horse hoof tip. That is not appropriate for what we're soldering here. So let's. Why do I have two? Oh, I must have brought my pliers in to the 3D printer room. This is awkward. Brian Santera, thanks for the super chase. A super soda suck. It's almost at full suck. I'm just gonna let this thing cool off while we do it. Okay, let's apply the suck. So let's hope this works. So yeah, listen to that. Actually, it's sounding a little clogged. Let's see. I reorganized my workbench because like I heard in a certain video that if your workbench isn't neat, people will be too distracted by your dirty workbench to pay attention to what you're building. So everything should be freshly cleaned. Of course, that means that I don't remember where anything is. So I'm looking for the little pin because, like, remember this thing is gonna slurp up like not only solder but also like burn flux, any crud on the board, so it gets clogged. So we're gonna want that little pin to poke it out. Ah, there it is. The cleaning tool for the desoldering gun is in the package that the desoldering is in the box from the desoldering gun. Isn't that great? Ah, there we go. Get your minds out of the gutter. Oh, we got another super chat. Boop. Xgantz, thank you very much. He says I can help you out with the feather code if you're cool with running QMK. I can pound it out now. I don't actually know what software we're gonna use. I figure we'll start by looking into QMK and then and just seeing how hard it'll be to get that display and the Bluetooth in there. I don't actually know anything about using QMK over Bluetooth, so if you have anything you can link me to, keep it handy when we get to that, if we get to that point. Okay, I think we're all set. Let's apply the suck. So hopefully this comes out clean, and let's check this out. Hopefully this comes out nice and clean, and well, yeah, check that out. You see? The ground pin is always the hardest because there's the most metal there. Yeah. Oh man, this is so much easier than using a desoldering, than using a solder sucker. Oh, wrong button. Whoop! This is so much easier than using a solder sucker. Oh my god. If you've ever, you ever like gotten frustrated with it? Oh, check that out. Look at that. Oh, perfect first try. I love this thing. I love this thing. I've been trying to figure out a way to work it into a video since before the channel began. I actually I keep a list of video ideas, and one of them is about this, and I just don't think I can make a full episode about it. Someone asked earlier if I'm going to make an episode about the LED matrix, and the answer is the same. There are a lot of tools and projects that I can't support an entire episode with. So that's part of why I decided to start streaming, because frankly most of the things that I do here I can't really put in episodes because they're too small to stand alone, or oh look at that, 2 for 2, or they are too esoteric. Like, I don't think a lot of folks would be into it. Oh, we have a couple more super chats real quick. Bad with Computer gave me 10 quid to get a haircut. I just got a haircut. I'm sad now. But thank you. I really appreciate it. And we've got Algar Drog gave me 50 Swedish kroner. Says, give me your best soldering tips. I started my first project on Wednesday and I think I ruined the tip on the first go. It's really hard to... There's really only one way to ruin a soldering tip. Alright, fine. There are 2 ways. The first is to try to clean it with sandpaper, which sounds really stupid, but like people who are new to this do it all the time. The second is to corrode the tip, which you'll do if you accidentally use acid core plumbing flux, or oh, do we have 3 for 3? Hat trick. Oh. Yes. All right, we're done with this. That was quick. So yeah, best soldering tip is all about technique. I'll show this as we do our soldering, but it's all about technique. And the technique is apply the iron, apply the solder, remove the solder, remove the iron. That's really it. Everything else is just kind of like an extension of that. But you want to heat the part. You don't want the iron to melt the solder. You want the parts to be heated up enough that they melt the solder. Yeah, the rest is just kind of like an elaborations on that. One thing I would recommend if you're new to soldering find a circuit board that you don't care that much about, maybe even salvage one from the garbage, and intentionally burn it, right? Keep the iron on a joint long enough that it burns, so you can see how long it takes to burn it. It's a lot longer than you think. A lot of new solderers think that like you keep the iron like on the part for like, I don't know, like 2 seconds and it'll burn, but it's really closer to 30. Remember that remember that the fiberglass the PCBs are made of is designed to be fireproof. So it's a lot harder to burn a circuit board than you think. So I would recommend checking that out. You have a lot more leeway than you'd think. All right, our iron is set. I have to go grab some wire. It's so nice to have everything straightened out in the workshop. All right. So let's see. We have some little bits of. I've been moving from standard like polyurethane wire to silicone wire. So we're gonna reuse the rest of the regular urethane wire. Silicone wire is the best. I love it. Okay, so we have a few things to set up here. We've got the display that's going to go in the lid. This has to get glued in, but we're going to wire it up first. And we've got our cables and stuff. We got our these guys. Okay, so I'm thinking that we'll solder up. Whoop. Oh, this is really blown out. Give me 1 sec. I'm thinking we'll solder this up first, and then. We'll move on. Okay, bear with me 1 sec. I'm just going to let's see if I can do this on the touch screen. Come on. It's overexposed. Okay, excellent. There we go. Oh, nice. Oh. Beautiful. Silicone insulation is excellent. It makes the wire more flexible. It doesn't melt back. Alexander Berger's nailed it. It doesn't melt back when when you solder it, and it's very flexible. It's just all around good stuff. And it used to be very expensive, but now it doesn't cost tremendous amount more. Oh, right, the switches. We are using Cherry MX Blues. After the mechanical keyboard episode, I ripped all of the keys. Like, I desoldered using this guy. I desoldered all the keys off my daily driver keyboard, and I replaced them with the Kale Jades. Listen to that. Oh, you can even hear it from here. So these are leftovers. These are used. H.G. Williams, thanks for the super chat. Really enjoyed the last video. When you started, what was your motivation for spending time creating videos for your projects? I don't talk about this often enough, but I didn't originally... Oh, I should probably do this in view, shouldn't I? I didn't originally intend to become a YouTuber when I started doing videos. My original goal was just to promote my channel, promote my business. So I used to be a freelance prototype developer, and well, I got all my clients from like meetups and trade shows, all that stuff. But then the Rona hit, and suddenly I have no clients. So I thought, what's the next best thing to, go in places? YouTube. So I made, the first 2 videos, actually the first 3 videos, were on things I already had. The first number of videos were on projects I already had. If you go back and rewatch those old videos, you'll actually notice that I tease a few projects that I never ended up doing videos on. I teased the hypervisor eye tracker and the Singularitron smartwatch. Because I originally, I was originally going to do videos on stuff I had already made. I ended up not doing so because a lot of those projects just aren't, they aren't suitable for TV. Not every project makes a good episode. The hypervisor turned out to just be not possible to build on that crazy YouTube schedule. All that stuff. Okay, so let me explain how exactly we're going to wire this up. So we've got these 3 switches. We're going to solder these pins together and send those to ground. Right? These are going to be active low because Does the Feather have built-in pull downs? It just has, most of them just have pull ups. So yeah, the battery terminal here. One of them is going to. You know what? We're gonna mark this right now before I forget. So we're gonna bust that together with one of these because this the battery goes directly to the. Pardon me if I'm wobbling this. I'm still figuring out how to lay out the workshop properly. Where's my Sharpie? I know I have it because I wrote a title card. All right, so this one's gonna be ground. This one is going to be voltage. There's no reverse polarity protection on the Feather. Don't ask me how I know that. So we really don't want to mess this up. I'll leave these over here. We might use them. Okay. Let's wire this up. But we're going to get this thing into a pan of ice so it doesn't move around. So it's more fun to watch. There we go. Yep, I got everything. Everything's adjustable here to make streaming easier. All right, if you guys are having trouble seeing anything, please let me know. Even if I'm not looking at the comments, Brooke is, and actually, she should be. She's probably been texting me things on on Discord. Okay, awesome. I could put reverse polarity protection on it. Michael Cormier gave super chats. Thank you very much. Okay, but how do you know it doesn't have polarity protection? Life is the best tutor, you know. What I'm saying here is I blew up a bunch of them. Oh, all right. I have to learn to talk while I have to learn to talk while I hack. But I didn't actually pay for any of those. So, fun fact: I didn't actually pay for any of those feathers. Someone from the Fat Cat Fab Lab was passing through Brooklyn, and they walked by Adafruit's factory, and they dumpster dove, and yeah, and they got them. Focus here, please. Focus here, please. EVE reference. Oh, we got a dislike. Someone doesn't like my streaming. Yeah, I figured that between being new, let's straighten this out. Between being new and some people just not liking streams, we'd have a little resistance. It's to be expected. Can't please everyone. At least I'm glad I left a strong enough opinion that they felt the need to downvote. Achillia, thank you so much. She says hi, Brooke. Achillia is one of the regulars on our Discord. So I find this easiest to do if we tin the pads first. Technically they're already tinned because I salvaged them, but like these have already taken enough punishment from you know, being soldered and then desoldered. So I want to get this done as quickly as possible. So yeah, we don't have enough hands to do this properly. So where's my flux? So we're going to solder this like almost surface mount style. So we'll go. I love this thing. I wish they still made it. Talked about this in my 3D printed tools video. It's great. Colin Ostrowski, thank you so much for the super chat. It's going to be a fun day of KeyCAD and watching a live stream. It's been fun to see me get popular. The Prusa stream was fun. The Prusa stream was fun. It was remarkable how little progress I made on the Prusa during that time. I actually had to undo a bunch of stuff. I made a ton of mistakes. There were 350 people watching it, and nobody told me that I assembled the bed in the completely wrong order. So I had to completely redo my y-axis bearings. It was fun, but it was worth it. I like hanging out. I like chatting with you folks. Hopefully you guys will have fun. It's going to take a bit to dial in the format, but I think I like this idea of streaming stuff. I've been watching a number of wait, I missed a super chat. Job Young, thanks for the £5. You're much underrated, Mr. Zach. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Young. Yeah, I think it's really cool to see projects come together. Yeah, I think a lot of other folks agree. The real question I was hoping more people would ask is, why am I streaming on YouTube instead of on Twitch? And the answer is because my skin will wrinkle up if I stay in a hot tub that long. For those who don't get the joke, like, Twitch has a bit of a let's just say a high density of hot tub streams, which is, it's not a euphemism, it's exactly what it sounds like. Let's see. Excellent. See, Dakota Powers asked, why would you like a mini keyb? It's more of like a Stream Deck or macro pad. Basically, I'm going to be binding the buttons to different camera angles and different stream features. We really only get one chance to do this before we snap the pins off, so I have to do it right. It's going to be bound to different stream features, so that as I move around the space during the stream, I can, you know, control the system. Plus, like, I didn't find a good design for this. Like, there are a lot of pre-made designs for, like, you know, 2-button, like, you know, 1 or 2-button micro macro pads. It sounds weird to say, but I think it's correct. There are a lot of plans for those, and there are just a lot of macro pads in general, but I haven't seen any wireless. There aren't actually a lot of hobbyist wireless keybs. Oh, did I miss a super chat? Rudy Neymeyer, thanks a lot for the 1,699 euro. Thank you very much. I hope I pronounced your name right. For now, that's got to be like one of the. I'm gonna turn this sideways. It's got to be one of the biggest insecurities of everyone who has to thank people. Getting everyone's name right. I generally, so before whenever I get a new patron, and I think, and I don't know how to pronounce their name, I'll search for them on YouTube. Like I'll search for the last name or something on YouTube. So hopefully I can find someone like being introduced by that in like a presentation or something, which works a lot more often than you think. Whack Yagner asks, Zach, what are you using for a fume extractor / diffuser? I have one, but I'm not using it because I have one. It's a Hako FA400, but I'm not using it because it's very loud. It would drown out the sound, and I don't have any audio equipment that is that directional. So instead, I've got the room. The room has a fan going. So you know, we're doing that. I'm not actually doing a lot of like. You'll see that there's not actually a lot of soldering going on here. They're only like 12 joints or something. All right, so we've got the keys wired up. Let's move on to the ground. So we're gonna want this looping back here and then out. So what's the best way to do this? We probably want to run this here and then run this here. So we'll let's see. We'll cut this here. We'll strip it double, and then we'll just strip this wire in the middle. Which, yes, you can do. I like to put a little bend in it to track where I'm trying to do the things. I hope all this is in view. I feel like this is the hard part of doing a build stream, keeping everything in view. Okay, looks like that's all right. Let's go. A bit of this. You can always use more flux. Always use more flux. I've got no clean flux. Job Young, thanks very much for the super chat. You know something's up when he isn't using a Teensy. The Teensy isn't wireless. I really wanted this thing to be wireless because, again, the more wires I have to like. I think like when you're a content creator, a wire is a real liability, because every wire I add means that I have to like route it, and I have to route it and bundle it and sheath it and all that insanity. It's just a responsibility. I don't like responsibility. So I want to make this thing as wireless as possible. Kevin, thank you so much for the super chat. The RP2040, I wish I had more time to play with that. That's one I wish I had a little more time. It's starting to get adopted more and more, and that means it's getting more bindings for, like, you know, more libraries, etc., etc. and it's getting usable because of the crazy production schedule, which is less crazy now. Like, we've switched to doing a video every 2 weeks instead of a video each week, which increases the number of days I have to build each project from about 2 days to about a week. It really relieves a lot of the pressure, but that's still not quite enough to do any like in-depth learning, especially with a new architecture. Let's switch camera angles. We don't want anyone to get bored. It doesn't always. Yeah, part of the fun. Yep. I like making scripts, but it's also fun to do stuff off the cuff. I like how we'll be able to do things that we couldn't otherwise. Because we're only releasing videos that, you know, once every 2 weeks, like, you know, we can't really get distracted at all. I think this should work. Let's compare the pinout here. So the feather is going to slot into the back here, like at a 90-degree angle. So we want... Oh, damn it, Bitdefender. Right. So we want the ground to go here. Okay, excellent. We're going to bend this down. We'll hook this up. We'll hook this up in a sec. We just want to make sure everything is oriented correctly. And then the... Done with this. Let's get it out of here. Then the power. I just realized I didn't charge the batteries. We might have to get a little creative. Let's check some chats. Andrew Kim has been playing Magic the Gathering. Oh no, I've been ignoring Brooke. Oh no, I love you, wife. I haven't acknowledged Zachary Binks' super chat. Oh my gosh, Zachary Binks. Please pardon my, I don't know how to do this. How do I go back that far? Zachary Binks, thank you so much for the super chat. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to, unfortunately, I can't read off your message. Assert dominance of the T-pose. Yes, very much. Let's see. Oded Burr asks, how do I know what microcontroller to use for each project? I wasn't kidding when I said that I put a teensy in every project. I start with the teensy, and then if I have a specific need for something, I will switch. So the Chromats used the ESP32 because it had to connect to the lens so I could pick up data from the Emotibit. And I think I melted my plastic a little. I had to connect to the lens so that I could read data from the Emotibit, and you know, obviously can't do that with a teensy. This thing I used the feather because I needed Bluetooth, and I happen to have a pile of feathers. Sometimes I'll pick a microcontroller for a specific purpose. Like, I used the RP2040 in the oscilloscope because the RP2040 had just been released, and I get that clout. It didn't work. Yeah, sometimes I'll pick based on that. And sometimes I'll just have, like, why the oscilloscope hasn't been appearing in videos, and I'll tell you. It's because I used this... Oh, Matt Bryce, thanks for the super chat. So I used vinyl tubing, like soft tubing, because I didn't have time to bend hardline. And some of the connections are really close together, so I had to put these little coils in. I had to put springs inside the... the tubing so it wouldn't kink, to keep it from collapsing. And, well, it rusted. I didn't think it would rust, because there's corrosion inhibitors in the coolant, but I think what happened is we drained most of the coolant so that we could bring... we drained most of the coolant so that we could bring it, like, in the van without it spilling everywhere, and, well, it rusted. So in a future stream, we are going to... we're going to replace with Hardline. Brian Santero. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat and for reposting Zachary Binks. He says, Zach, with Zach, make cool stuff. Hack all the things, my friend. Thank you both. You're scholars and gentlemen. Alright, so I'm going to do a little test fit here. Get this going right. Thank you very much. Yeah, so in a future one of these streams, we are going to redo the scope with hardline tubing. Okay, so here's what we're going to do here. This ground is the only one that can't fit. Let's see, it's the only one on the other side. All the others are going to be on this side. So I think we'll solder this down. Just realize we're gonna have a ground line coming off the display. Ooh, I didn't think of that. So I'm gonna take a preemptive strike here, and we'll solder another ground wire on. Save ourselves the trouble. Let's do this here. All right. Let's see. Keysight asks, bring the scope down to Colorado Springs and stream down here. Yeah, fun fact. Keysight has a number of YouTube channels of their own, especially Keysight Labs, hosted by my friend Dan Bogdanoff, and they stream from Colorado Springs, which is not far from where I am. So now that everyone's getting vaccinated and it's getting safe, might come down there and say hi. So the oscilloscope. Oh, we have a number of super chats. Oh wow, we'll have to deal with all of these one by one. So just real quick, the $18,000 oscilloscope was is from their studio, so it's already like it's like a showpiece. So it's already been on. Ooh, focus please. So it's already been on screen. They didn't like give me a brand new one in box. Like it had already been like hacked up and stuff. Thank you, Carl Jubert, for I don't know what ZAR stands for. Hello from South Africa. I'm finally busy setting up an OpenScan 3D scanning. Godspeed. Number one thing people use 3D scanning for is people, and I can't scan myself because this fuzz just it turns into a point cloud. It sucks. Lightwing says, "Thank you so much for the $5. I figured out how to make a wireless Bluetooth keyboard for my own personal project with an HC05. Will that help? I don't think it's directly portable, but I am curious about hacking the HC05 because that's just I thought that was just a Bluetooth serial module. Come on, focus, please. I thought that was just a serial port, like it just implements SPP. I didn't even know you couldn't put other protocols on it. Oh, I should be using my special nippers." Bruno Bronowski, thank you very much. I'd like to start doing streams where I solve people's coding problems in real time. I've been successful in these professions since 1995. 1 out of 2. Oh, double thanks. I love giving back. Have any ideas how to find people to screen share with? How to find people? You probably want to start in like a chat room, or Discord or something. Basically, you want to start somewhere people are already talking to each other, because obviously they're, if the person's already comfortable talking to people, they'll be comfortable talking to people. So I would start on Discord and stuff. You might even be able to get some folks from the Voidstar Discord involved. I hope we don't short out here. We're gonna have to insulate this. You might be able to. It's kind of interesting. You'll have to be very proactive. On top of that, when people need a problem solved, right? They generally need it solved like immediately. So it's unlikely you're going to be solving people's problems they're having right now. Maybe a good way to start would be pull things from Stack Overflow maybe and solve them like post hoc. It's an interesting question. I didn't I don't know. I've never heard of any type of content like that before. Although I'm sure it exists. Maybe you could do you could run the stream and just let people know that they can submit problems right there during the stream. Maybe have a Twitter account and tell people. It's an interesting idea for a stream though. I'm not gonna lie, it sounds pretty cool. I am always a little worried about helping people because those jobs tend to spiral out of control. Per Oscar Automom, What do you think of the Arduino Nano RP2040? I haven't had a chance to get a look at it, but it seems interesting. The RP2040, how good an RP2040 is depends a lot on the board that it's parked on. Because, oh no, my head. It depends a lot on the board it's parked on, because the RP2040 has a limited set of onboard peripherals. It doesn't have a lot of ADC channels. It doesn't have any onboard non-volatile memory, I think, if I'm remembering this right. So it depends a lot on what it's being, what's being carried on. So I don't know what the Arduino Nano is. I will say I'm really, really glad that you can use the Arduino IDE to program it now, because don't get me wrong, I love Python, but I'm not a fan of either the CircuitPython or the MicroPython toolchain. I don't like this whole uploading firmware over mass storage, especially for Mac users, because Mac OS freaks out whenever you eject a disk without whenever you eject, that's their word for unmount. Whenever you unmount a disk without whenever you unplug a disk without unmounting it, I should say. I unscrewed the wrong thing. It looks interesting, though. I think, honestly, it's going to have a bit of an uphill battle, because the Raspberry Pico, like the official implementation, is just so cheap. Like, you really don't want to pick a fight with a dev board that costs like $3. I think the RP2040 is really cool. It reminds me a lot of, this might sound a little weird at first, but hear me out. It reminds me a lot of the Beagle board, the Beagle Bone, and it's the other ones in its line. Because the Beagle Bone was like, it was like an early sort of like a Raspberry Pi competitor, or is like a it's like a Linux device, but it had these peripherals called PRUs. Or is that the Arduino Nano one? Basically, it had two coprocessors that let you do extremely fast I/O, and it was really useful because nothing really existed like that at the time. One sec, I'm gonna grab myself some tape. Tape. So yeah, it was really neat because like you got the super fast I/O of the real-time units, and you got you got like the multi-threaded. No, it wasn't multi-threaded. You got the high-powered processing of the Linux system and the ease of use. So like that was really cool. I didn't do the programming for that project, but the Orbital Render Sphere, if you look that up, it's a project that my old hackerspace entered in. You know what? We're gonna cut this down. Entered in Maker Faire a number of years ago, and they used the high-speed I/O features of the BeagleBone. Great board. On top of that, BeagleBone is the exact size and shape of an Altoids tin. And I keep blowing people's minds with this, but the Arduino and the Raspberry Pi were both designed to fit in an Altoids tin. The BeagleBone is precisely designed. Like, it fits with, like, it has like a millimeter of clearance on each side. If we have some time, I'll actually show you. Because I still have one BeagleBone lying around. What a great product. That thing was great. As far as I know, they still make them. I haven't heard a lot about them though. So I think we're in good shape here. Let me just check our math. We've got ground to ground, power to power. We've got our 3 buttons hooked up. Oh, this is looking a little close to shorting out. So let's move that out of the way. We've got yeah, we have the display to do. We've got a little insulation over here. I think we're getting there. Does this lie flat? It lies flat enough. Let's see. We have TNT. Jacob Bohr. Thanks for the 5 quid. Not low level enough for use cases, but Elixir Nerves is really good. I have a bunch of RPi zeros running at my house. I've never heard of it. Maybe I need to look that up. I've never heard of it. Is it like a distro? I'm not sure what that is. TNT the Lagger. Thanks so much for the 25 Rons. Hello, what's up? Huge fan of your channel. Thought I'd say hi. Also, what's this? What are you making? I put it on the screen. Come on. I went through all that trouble of I put a little to-do list on it. Come on. I'm making a tiny macro pad to control my stream. Darren Santos, thanks for the super chat. Think of building a Redux after watching your videos. Does the Arduino have any limitations as a keyboard versus a Teensy? None that are relevant. Like, remember that like the Raspberry Pi. Remember that the Arduino Micro. Is it Arduino Micro? I think it's Arduino. The Pro Micro is used so often for keyboards that like everything's designed for it, right? So like. Kind of like QMK kind of assumes you're going to run it on it. There shouldn't really be any difference. I would consider using a Teensy if... I mean, first off, I always use a Teensy. It's kind of my thing. But I'd use a Teensy if I was going to put a display on it especially. One other thing is that... Remember that the Raspberry Pi... Why have Raspberry Pis on the mind? The Pro Micro has a mini USB. The Teensy has a micro USB, so you know you might honestly like Adafruit just released a new microcontroller designed for keyboards that has a USB Type C on it, and that's the one I would use if I were picking from the if I were picking everything. Octa asks, should I use key switches or push buttons for a macro pad? Depends on how big you want it, right? The bigger, like if you want it really small, use tactile switches. Personally, I like key switches because they're just more satisfying. You really want that. You really want that feedback. You really want to know that it worked, especially if you're trying to use it eyes free. Let me check on Discord again. Let's see, excellent. Brooke says, you're not even reading my chats. You're the worst. There's less real estate on this monitor than I expected. Tactile switches do have no travel. Tactical Tactics is correct. They don't travel. Normally I would just grab one and show you, but I'm worried about hitting the overhead, which I just did anyways. So you know. Okay, we want a. So we need to hook this up for power, and we need to hook this up for serial clock and serial data. I'm going to cut this a little longer. Yeah, tactile switches don't have any travel, and it's not always clear what... not always clear, like, you know, if you've pushed it. I don't like them very much. I mostly use them in 3D prints when, like... Oh man, I'm so blown out. I'll deal with that later. I usually use them in 3D printed projects so I can... you know, print like flexible buttons or something. Jacob Boer, thanks for the super chat. Elixir laying on Buildroot Linux. Huh. I honestly, I don't really look that much into programming languages. I have such a rough time even programming with the languages that that I'm familiar with. Let's give this one to the data. So yeah, I know a lot of programmers are like, no, you have to like expand your horizons and like you know, like learning one language. What's it called? Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. You learn one language, it'll affect how you program. Like, all right, but like, come on, I don't have that much time. Seriously, how much better will I be at programming if I like learn Lisp or something? It's always Lisp too, right? Like, have you ever heard someone say you have to try a new language, like expand your options, and then recommend a language that isn't Lisp? Like, I had someone once recommended, I think Clojure, and I at least looked that up. The other thing about learning languages is that no matter what a language gives you, you can probably do it in Python. So, like, I've written functional Python code. I've written declarative Python code. I have written a lot of object-oriented Python code. Yeah, you can just write all in Python. I missed a couple super chats here. TNT the Lagger, thanks for super chatting again. I had to make a little GPS enabled weather station, but CircuitPython sucks in TNC 4.1. You can put CircuitPython. I didn't even know you could do that in the first place. Oh man, did you know the analog output's not enabled? Yeah, CircuitPython. So don't forget, there's MicroPython and there's CircuitPython. MicroPython is the more mature Python for microcontrollers. CircuitPython is just Adafruit. It's Adafruit's like fork of it, and I find that their toolchain is better, but the toolchain is better, but compatibility is worse. Yeah, it's not really there yet. Although, like, honestly, the TNC4 is so friggin' powerful. Like, they should just be running like regular ass Python on it. Regular ass Python. Brian Santero notes, if only Zach had a monitor he could head mount and have in his field of view at all times. Too bad. I could do the Viewfind, but the Viewfind's battery life is only it's only about an hour, and I expect the stream is going to go longer. I gotta give you folks what you waited for. The Optigon is not a display. The Optigon is a full-on Android. It's like sort of like a tablet, and it's not actually possible to get video in. And I mean that in the literal sense. It has a hardware. I think it has some sort of hardware lock set up. It's designed for developers and for hacking, so they put a hardware lock in it that prevents it from accepting any data over HDMI or DisplayPort, like ways you could normally get video in, so that you can't use it to record copyright information. It's like a DHCP thing. Yeah, so unfortunately I can't use it. DC says, thanks so much for the 2 Canadian. I've seen Python described as a breadboard for code. Python is like sort of it's what they were trying to make when they created JavaScript, I think. Python is, in my opinion, the most practical programming language. It's everything about it is just so fast and easy to use. It's easy to get set up on a new machine. It's easy to get a script going. It's easy to write in. DHCP, Wesley Mays points out DHCP and Connor Ood. I said DHCP. No, it's digital. I forget. It's not. No, you're correct. DHCP is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol used for assigning IP addresses. You are wrong. It's the digital copy protection. I forget. TNT the Lagger, thanks for the super chat. Can you not use the Android wireless display thing? No, it's explicitly disabled. Even when I like Mirrorcast and Mirrorcast 2, even when I sideload the software and make the link, it will refuse to stream it. It's pretty yeah, it sucks. It's HDCP, that's correct. The high def copy protection. Brian Santero and Eric 240,000 are totally right. Though that it's not the DMCA. The Digital Millennium Copyright Act is what prevents me from reverse engineering it and breaking it. It's the WTF. Fair enough. Yes, it is the WTF. Okay, so this is going to go... Oh, let's get this out of here. It's just getting in the way. Okay, so this is going to get installed in here. Let's route our wires. I know our power isn't set up yet. Don't worry. So here's something I need you chat to look up. Does the Feather have built-in I2C pull-ups? Because if not, I'm going to feel like an idiot. And I'm going to have to do some very tricky soldering. Pete S asks, how do you keep your Viewfind lined up properly? Not well. The mount is very it's very floppy. Let's see. Banana Berry Smoothie asks, can you root the device and bypass the digital protection? The device comes pre-rooted, I think, or like you can root it like in the developer menu or something. But no, the copy protection is hardware. It really sucks. It's really bizarre, and in particular, it makes it makes the reason I was able to get that one so cheap is because it makes it unsuitable for using with drones, because you can get because like many drones will not like, they have like HDMI out, and it won't work. It's a pain in the butt. It's no pull-ups. Oh no, this is gonna get awkward. Oh boy, yeah, this is what happens. The first 90% of the project takes the first 90% of the time, and the last 10% of the project takes the next 90% of the time. Zachary Banks is correct. You can get capture devices that can circumvent it, but at that point, like, I've got devices strung to devices, and it's just awkward. I'm gonna give it a shot. I do have to build the Optigon version 2 at some point. So that will be made with a microcontroller that supports all of this stream-friendly stuff. Let's just bring this over here. Okay, so how are we going to do this? We've got the serial clock and serial data pins right there. We've got our 3-volt pins right here. And I don't have a tremendous amount of room. This is going to lie flat. So I guess we're going to have to... run a resistor from the serial clock and serial data to pin 27 and set pin 27 high. Yep. I squared pins on the... Thanks, Evelyn, for pasting them in. You just apply external pull-ups. So, yes, I really should... So, like, I've been meaning to send this email out to my patrons. I did promise to make the Optigon... to make an Optigon that other people can replicate when we hit... when we hit $1,000 on Patreon. We did hit it. I haven't done it because, first off, I'm waiting for new hardware to drop, but all of the Moverio series costs, like... All Moverio series is, like... It's like $700, $800, and like I think it just seems really privileged and kind of messed up to, like, in the middle of a recession, like, release open source plans for something that costs $900. It just seems kind of gauche. So I've been waiting. I've been, like, kind of trying to buy time for, like, maybe the BT45 will be cheaper, or maybe a new piece of, a new display module will be released. I've been talking to what's his name? I've been talking to. Oh my god, I should really know his name. We talk all the time. The guy at Project North Star. The guy who took a picture of Sergey Brin on the friggin' subway. Whatever. Basically, I've been talking to a guy from Project North Star, which makes an inexpensive open source augmented reality display, to try to make a more straightforward, a more accessible version. I think we've had enough. I think we have enough banter, and people are probably getting antsy. Okay, so I'm going to solder this on first, and then we're going to bodge on our. Then we're going to bodge our resistors in place. Yes, I'm very sorry for the extra notifications. Luca Rodriguez asks an excellent question. Zach, how bad would you say the chip shortage is? Has it affected any of your freelance electronics development? Well, I don't really take freelance jobs anymore. Because YouTube takes up 200% of my time. It takes up more time than I have available. So unfortunately, that part of my career has ended. But the chip shortage is a huge deal, and it's actually I think like the non-tech media is unintentionally underplaying it because they don't really understand the dynamics. It's terrible. It's like I wouldn't say catastrophic, but the supply backups are crazy, and the supply backups are crazy. A lot of devices are on like 6-month lead times, which is a fancy way of saying that we don't know when the lead time is. The real problem is that most hardware companies practice just-in-time manufacturing, which means that they maintain like really minimal amounts of inventory. They don't keep a lot of inventory, and they buy parts as they need them. So that means that in addition to the crazy lead times of parts, there are going to be crazy lead times on components, or like modules and stuff. Those are going to be delayed too. then then the demand bunches up, and we're gonna have like logistics problems trying to just ship all this stuff. It's sort of like a ship getting stuck in the Suez Canal. It's sort of like a comprehensive across the board mess up that is going to be felt for the ramifications are going to be felt for a long time. I messed up. This is tricky. I made a common mistake. I didn't leave extra room for wires. I was too clever with my design. I think I missed a super chat here. TNT the Lagger, thanks so much for... I need to find out what Ron is. What if you reverse engineer the connection between the display and the phone, then disconnect the phone or make Unity or something else to stream? Excellent question. I did in fact. It is MyPy. It's MyPy DSI. It implements MyPy DSI, I think 1.4, which would... At the time, I didn't have a connection who could help me. But basically, like, not only is the protocol proprietary, but the chips that interface with it aren't really accessible to mainstream. And at the time, my oscilloscope wasn't fast enough to debug it and do any diagnostics on it. Things have changed since then, especially with regards to the oscilloscope. But on the whole, the reason why I haven't done it is because it's just too big of a project. It's just too time-consuming. Yeah, just time is always an issue, and there are a lot of projects that I could make, but just would never justify the time. That one is a good. I think making a new base station for it would be a good 200 to 500 hours. If I could estimate, obviously less if I could find an expert on it. But like, I don't think there are a lot of freelancers who are experts with MyPy DSI. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure someone in the chat is going to immediately prove me wrong. But the truth is, there are a finite number of trees I can bark up, and a finite number of geese I can chase. And even if I know the project is doable, only do a finite number of them. That's one of those things that, like, now that I'm a YouTuber, I can never really do, because, it'll take me weeks to do, and it won't be a very interesting... Oh, Keysight has some MyPy, folks. That's true. Now I have connections. I'm not sure it would make a great piece of content. But, the option is there, so... Could be interesting. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, man, the wiring in this thing is becoming a real mess. Alright, so I have to route these wires under here and in here. This is a terrible way to set this thing up. I got a little too cute with my wiring. Okay, so I've got serial data is green, serial clock is yellow. Just have to remember that. This has been a long day so far. So here's what was... If you're curious what happened with the stream at the beginning. So, the first few streams have used OBS. I'm using OBS right now. Great software. So I thought, like, we want to do this right. So, let's use Streamlabs OBS. Streamlabs has... an improved version of OBS that adds in a bunch of effects. It's automatically creates the stream. It shows chat. It integrates neat things like little animations that play when you donate and all that. So I get that set up, schedule the stream. I make all of my my scenes. Everything's looking great. I hit go live. It goes live. See the little thing spinning. Everything's great. 12 seconds later, the stream ends. And not ends like disconnects. Like YouTube ends the stream. And on YouTube, so YouTube isn't Twitch. Once a stream ends, that's it. Kaput, capiche. You cannot rejoin it. You can't resume it. You can't restart it. Anyone in that chat is just screwed. Yeah. So that's what happened. And then you got another notification because I thought, okay, maybe it was just like a glitch. So, I immediately screwed this up. Maybe it was just a glitch. Let's just restart the stream. So I restarted the stream. 2 seconds later, it ends that stream. So yeah, commence around half an hour of frantically freaking out, and then you know, hastily recreating every scene that I spent like 6 hours making yesterday in the span of about 10 minutes. Knowing that I was going to lose most of my viewers because YouTube will only fire a limited number of notifications, and YouTube's probably going to ding my channel because I now have 2 streams that didn't do too hot, at least according to the raw numbers. Yep, that was my that's been my morning. At least I had chicken tenders. At least I started the day off right. Projects by Brian. Thank you very much. Do your teensies know you're building Adafruit Feather for a keyboard build? Won't they get jealous? The teensies have nothing to complain about. Nearly all of my teensies have been salvaged from rejected client projects. So, they have already been in the project. They have nothing to complain about. The Adafruit Feather, plus, like, you know, it's charity, right? You know, the Adafruit Feathers came out of the garbage. They were going to go to the landfill. So, you know, it's like adopting a used dog from the pound. You know, it's a heartwarming story. No, the teensies are fine. If anything, the teensies are, the teensies feel smugly superior because I think they're faster. It's the best. To hell, Lemon Thunder, says, to hell with YouTube, tendies are bomb. And these weren't just tendies. These were Morningstar meatless tendies. So zero chance of having any gristle or any you know, chips of beak. other such chicken complications. Ram434, thanks a lot. It's all good. Gave me time to watch the Marble Machine X vid. Now that he released that, I almost feel bad for the guy, because like his entire channel has been centered around one project, and that project was a sequel to another project, and now it's coming to an end. So like, will his viewers stay tuned to watch yet another instance of the same project coming together? Yeah, it's a cool channel. One of the few channels that I have seen get numbers while showing like comprehensive construction process, start to finish. So he beat the odds. Come on, get in there. All right, I think we're looking good. So now we just have to get creative with some resistors. Looks like we have a number of messages getting deleted by our very vigilant mods. Please mind your P's and Q's. We're trying to be nice and supportive. And yes, I'm aware that the stream had a rough start. We're gonna use 1K because I have a lot of them. Let's just be nice and kind to each other unless we really deserve it. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. Eat the bugs. Oh no. Aw. No, don't eat bugs. I'm not judging you if you like eating insects. I don't. I find that they taste metallic. This is really sus. This is really sus. So I'm thinking we'll bridge this. We'll bridge serial data. Oh, there's not a lot of room for resistors here. I wish it wasn't at the end, because then we'd be able to bridge it to the adjacent paths. Oh, this is really awkward. Serial clock. Oh, I can't even do it here. I think we're gonna have to do it on the. I think we're gonna have to do it on the module itself. Poop. Okay, so can we fit 2 resistors side by side in here? This is what takes most of the time on projects. Pull-up resistors for OLEDs are on board the OLED XXX Gantz. Is that true? I've never used these small ones. I've only used the larger ones. Let's take a look here. I'm seeing some 470K. Seeing some 470K. You know what? You might just be right. Let's beep this out. Let's do this. Let's do this right. Look at how sloppy my workbench is getting. Ah, it's most unbecoming. Most unbecoming. Non-applicable says there are a few Mexican dishes that use grasshoppers that look unironically good. I get the appeal. They are very, bugs are very flavorful. I just find, I don't know, I've had ants, mealworms, grasshoppers, and tarantula, and I found that they all had a bit of a metallic taste. I'm very sensitive to flavors like that, so I imagine most people would not have a problem with it. They're really good for you. So let's see. We got serial data. Beep. Come on, beep. Oh, that's not good. Maybe I'm just not aligning it correctly. This is tricky. Normally I would I'd bust out the mini grabber. You know what? I'm just gonna bridge both of these. Serial clock or serial data. Come on. Oh! Oh boy, Gantz, you saved my bacon. You saved my bacon. They're you got it. They were totally correct. These have pull-ups pre-installed. That's really rare. You don't usually see pull-ups pre-installed on these modules because it affects the entire bus. Oh, we got an interesting question here. Let's see. We had an interesting question. I missed your. I'm sorry. I missed your name. But someone brings up how do you calculate resistor values for pull-ups? The short answer is you don't. There are kind of rules of thumb. The three things that affect it are how fast of a protocol you're using. We have a super chat. Brian Santero, unsubscribe, sloppy workbench, dislike, will watch ironically. Hey, as long as you get the views. So the more devices are on the bus, the more devices are on the bus, I believe the higher values you need. The faster it is, the higher values you want, so they don't affect the slew rate, how quickly it rises and falls. The longer it is, the lower value you need. Yeah, because there will be more induction, more inductive effects, more parasitics, and the more devices are on the bus, the lower value you want. Because again, what I'm trying to say here is you throw a 1K on it, and if it's not working, you put your oscilloscope on it, and if the waveform looks like this and it's not making it all the way, you drop it. If it looks like this, you increase, or vice versa. There are a limited number of things I can think of at once. Okay, so we already have everything. Okay, excellent. Good. So we've got this connected to battery. Yeah, I guess we should do a little smoke test, huh? Oh boy, this is the fun part. All right, so we're gonna do a smoke test. The question is it going to? So I've got this thing hooked up to battery. Yeah, let's test the whole system first. We'll hook up. Yeah, that's right. I keep my cables in a little tray. So sue me. Right, so we'll first test it by supplying power through the battery terminals, and then if that works, that way we can plug in a battery and have it charge the battery while we test other things, because I don't think we. What am I saying? I don't think we have any battery power left. Zachary Binks asks, what's the resolution? It is 128 by 32. Yep, glad we labeled this. Okay, I had this previously set to 12 volts. We do not want to feed this thing 12 volts. We want to feed this thing, let's do 4 volts. And we'll limit the current to, let's do 200 milliamps. All right, ready? Ready for the smoke test? Oh, we got a light. Nothing's heating up. Oh, look at that. It's throbbing. It's running the sketch. Or it's booting. Oh, I think we're in business. Ladies, gentlemen, and cyborgs. Not to say we hooked everything up correctly, but at least we hooked, at least we're not shorting. This is a Feather NRF52. Because yes, we are doing Bluetooth. So let's get this out of here. Yes, this is going to be Bluetooth wireless. And I don't actually know how long this will last on this battery. It's the battery is 750 milliamp hours. So we Bluetooth Low Energy doesn't use a lot of power. So yes. Okay, so let's get this set up, and yeah, then we'll test each part bit by bit on the computer. Love it when your electronics throb. Yes, the throbbing electronics. Yes, yes. Let's see. Nicholas Stantz asks, Zach, are you doing BLE or just Bluetooth? Depends what the API does. It would be a toothsy. Yes, Brian, it would be a toothsy. Okay. I think this is the plus. I think this is the plus side. The side with the ridge on it, right? I think it's the plus side. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm not gonna test the battery to make sure the polarity is right. I don't know what you're talking about. That would be ridiculous. I've been building electronics for a decade. I would never do something like that. Very nice. Hey. Somebody asks, will you put the designs up for anyone to use? I certainly will. I certainly will. Now that the number one reason why I switched my schedule from 4 videos a month to 2 videos and streams is because I didn't have time to document and upload my projects properly. So yeah, and that's like defeats the purpose of the channel, right? Like, you know, the whole point of this is to let you do more projects. And if we can't, put the projects up, we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot. So yes, I'd like to get to a point where every one of my projects is up online with proper illustrated assembly instructions and with nicely commented firmware. Have I seen this one? Yes. Aditya Patak. Sorry, I'm going to mispronounce your name. Didn't you use an off switch? I don't think an off switch is necessary. If possible, we're going to assign like a combination. Like if we hold down all 3 keys, it'll go into a low power sleep mode, and like the low power on this thing should consume like 2 milliamps or something. So that'll last for probably less actually, because Bluetooth Low Energy is like that. It's weeks. Amon asks an excellent question. I am in a dilemma of how to start a DIY project on YouTube, whether to buy tools first or just start. So it seems like you're making life awfully hard for yourself. You're doing 2 things, right? You're preparing, you're setting up a workbench. You're getting started. You're getting prepared to build stuff, and you're making a YouTube video, and you're making a project, and that's a lot to bite off. I would start out by jumping into the project, figuring like that will help you. That will reveal what tools you need, and from there you can buy the tools. And once you're comfortable enough building the project, then you can. It'll be a lot easier to record the video. It's really hard to build a project. It's really hard to build a project while you're. It's really hard to build a project while you're videotaping yourself. It's pretty tricky. Even now, like I might be like covering my my project with my hand. It's tricky. I would recommend start the project, buy the tools you need as you need them, get some get some experience before you start doing things on YouTube. Although that said, like you can also just start making YouTube videos. Like making videos is its own technique. Okay, so we've got this. So you might wonder why I'm clearing off the desk. And that's because we're gonna switch. So we're gonna move everything over so that I can do a little programming. And I realized that I was supposed to change the DPI. I was supposed to change the element size, the pixel density on my other monitor to make it easier to see things. Oh Christ! And I didn't. So. Yeah, things are gonna get a little sus. So let's go here. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I've got this little mobile camera here. That's right. We have a tremendous number of cameras, and the purpose of this guy is that as we program, we'll be able to see the effect it has on our dingus, and we'll see if that does it. I should have a USB cable. Oh great, my USB cable is 6 inches long. One moment, please. Yeah, alright, so we've got our to-do list here that I will update after I slide my chair over. So we've done our basic assembly. Next up, we are going to get the display going. Then we're going to get our buttons going, connect the buttons to the keyboard, API, whatever, and then we're going to combine them all together into our firmware. Okay, looks good to me. Very nice. All right, I'll see you on the other side. Hey. Alright. Affect the dingus. Yes. Make sure to slap that. Yes. Make sure to destroy that like button with an orbital bombardment. Yes. Normally I'm not that like, comment, subscribe, but it makes a much bigger difference on live streams than it does on videos because YouTube has less information to work with. They have less info available to figure out whether the stream is worth recommending. I just realized I made a little mistake here. You can't see the that's not what I meant to select at all. You can't see my the chromats. There we go. Yes. There we go. Blue Freaker asks, Zach, you do wireless charging eventually? Probably not. Wireless charging is actually kind of a pain to put into your project, and it's a bit on the gimmicky side. Okay, so let's see if we can get our let's see. So let's see if we can get this working and if it will crash OBS. I was supposed to test this, but instead I had to friggin' repost my stream like 4 times. Make everything bigger. Okay, we want this. Scale and layout. 150%. Let's see. Oh, we didn't crash. Oh, we're getting there. Okay, let's see if this is overkill. All right, looks good to me. So let's open up Arduino, and let's try to get some code going here. Alrighty. Yes, this is my desktop. I love this wallpaper. Isn't this wallpaper great? So I'm not a big synthwave guy, but I like the Outrun aesthetic. Strong with this one. What happened to the side of the screen? Oh, there it is. It just had a window over it. Okay, excellent. Looks like everything's coming through loud and clear. This is the Chromance firmware. Hey, don't look. So yeah. Yeah, let's get started here. So we have our Adafruit NRF52. I think it's this one. We'll know pretty soon. Ooh, I need to change our to-do list. Let's see. The camera's blocking it. Let me know, by the way. Let me know if my... that's close enough. Let me know if my keyboard is too loud. I was really, it is a very loud keyboard. If it's being too obnoxious, I have a backup audio. Like, I have a backup headset that I can use that'll filter out more of the keyboard sound. I forgot to... I'm supposed to be shilling here, and I totally forgot. Yeah, today's stream is sponsored by Things.com. Yeah, Things is a repo of... Things is like your site of all kinds of 3D printable dinguses. Yeah, 3D printable... Oh, is this a Bitcoin? You can make a Bitcoin? Nice. I'm gonna be rich. Rich beyond our wildest dreams. And the thing I like about it is it's got this pretty sweet 3D visualization that loads instantly. There wasn't any waiting or anything. I need to contact their webmaster because it seems to be acting a little... Something just fell over. It's probably my sub count. But yeah, check this... Check this button out. There we go. You can send the model over using augmented reality to your phone and then see it in real life. So if you want to see this Bitcoin, you can. Unfortunately, I couldn't figure out a way to stream my phone to this or re-demonstrate it. But yeah, go to things.com. If you're interested in things, use the link in the description because then I look good and all that. Plus, all of my models that I make for the channel, including ones for past episodes, all on Things. And yeah, the search works better than Thingiverse, and there's no having to wait 5 seconds to watch an ad, says the guy who made you wait 30 seconds for an ad. Anyways, back to our regularly scheduled programming, so to speak. Regularly scheduled programming, you see what I did there? So, we are... So let's see, we should be set up here. We've got to figure out which port this is. Okay, let's memorize all of these. Unplug it. 722. All right. 22. It's supposed to identify itself. Like, you see what it says teensy ports? It's supposed to identify itself, but most boards don't seem to implement it properly. Oh, we have another super chat. Thank you very much, Michael Cormier. I've got a project idea that relies on being very mechanically satisfying. Got any favorite buttons, switches, or sliders? As for switches, I love these Kale box green. Here, I actually have one here. So here, let's compare. This is the Cherry MX Blue. It clicks. It's all right. Cherry MX Blue. Here's the Kale Box Jade. Hear that? It sounds better too, or it feels better. Let's see. I'm being zapped. Oh no. Oh, Voidstar asks about whether I'm taking on clients. Unfortunately, no. YouTube is taking up so much of my time. I can't. Unfortunately, I can't do any client projects right now. I actually still have one client project that I've been putting off for like ever, and I'm going to be doing that near the end of June. I'm actually going to be building what could be my last client project. So, unfortunately, I can't take on any projects, and we could talk about whether it would make a good video, but most client projects aren't going to make a great video because in order to develop something for a client, it has to be built to a much higher level of, just a much higher level of sophistication. The box, all right, so yeah, the box navy, box jade, and there's one other, are in their thick click line, which has these extra thick click bars, and they're loud as hell. And because they're Kale box switches, they click on the way down, but they also click the same way on the way up. They're crazy loud. I love them. They're great. Let me know if it's pissing you off too much, and I have ways to mitigate it, and I have to have some water. Okay. So we are going to use the where is it? We're not going to use the regular SSD. We're not going to use the regular SSD library because I've had a lot of problems with it. It's called Mono Display or something. This is the thing I hate. This is the thing I hate most about this ridiculous. Oh, here we go. 1-bit display. We're going to use 1-bit display and hope for the best. 1-bit display. We're going to use. Specify the pin numbers. I have to look this up. I'm going to change my mind. Alright, let's just use the OLED library. There's an Adafruit OLED. I wish I could search this. I haven't looked at the chat in a sec, but I'm sure the chat's blowing up with like, why aren't you using Arduino 2.0? Like, where's your black? Where's your black on white? Or what? Your white on black? I know I haven't. God damn it! Get out of here! Why don't I do usually update automatically, but there's a memory leak in the auto updater, and it's been using 20 gigabytes of RAM. What the hell is this called? Tiny screen. I thought it was called not Seed OLED. I gotta calm down. LED display. Dog LCD. I don't know what that's all about. If your dog has an LCD, then pretty sweet dog. Alright, I guess we're using this. Okay, so let's get online and look up. Let's see. Feather NRF52. There we go. Awesome sauce. I was just ranting earlier about how I hate awesome sauce. Okay, it looks like serial data is pin 2 and serial clock is pin 3. So let's... Data pin is 2, clock pin is 3. I don't trust myself at all. We're not using a reset pin. Do it the hard way. We're going to use I2C. Yes, we're going to use hardware I2C. 128 by 32. And that should do the job. So let's... I don't want to save it just quite yet. Alright, let's give it a shot. So, yeah, we should be able to see the Antifa. So we should be able to see this thing blinking or something through the auxiliary camera I have set up. Still dialing in the settings. Let's see. I can blow the screen up if it's too small. Adam Scriven says, I'm not allowed to use my Model M anymore. It's too loud for everyone else. One day I'll get my own office. Love the click. Those are some loud-ass keyboards. Those are some serious... Because they were designed to be loud. Like, these are designed to be tactile, and they happen to be loud. That one was designed to be loud. Brooke loves the sound of mechanical keys. She finds it so comforting, and I'm so happy about that, because if I had to go silent and linear all the time, I would be sad. Valomemes need to go. Have a nice stream, Zach. Thank you very much. I find it weird that, like, the view count is, like... It's, like, spiky. I wonder why. It's very odd. Let's scroll back while we... Oh, are we uploaded? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, it's I think it's kind of working. Poggers. Wait, that's not it. Come on. What the... Did I not put a button on this one? No, no, no. Oh my god, I didn't assign a button to it. Oh, I didn't recreate the scene. There's something in my hair. Has this been here the whole time? What is this? It's working. That's kind of what I'm saying here. 1 second. I love a clicky keyboard. I really do. This isn't as easy as I expected it to. Okay, we're going to reset this one. There we go. Look at that. It's working. We have our display working. Very nice. I didn't really think about what we're actually going to do with the display. So, we're going to have to get clever, I suppose. Okay, excellent. So, the display works. Great. Thank you so much for... You really saved my bacon there. Brian Santero, thanks for the super chat. It's working. Awesome sauce. Yes, it's working. I'm so glad those resistors were built right in. Gantz, thank you so much. You saved my bacon there. I would have wasted so much time. Alrighty, let's get this out of here. Next, let's test those buttons. You like my very janky to-do list? It's very, very janky. Okay, now we're going to test the buttons. This is going to be just a real simple, this is just going to be really simple. Start with, for example, let's just start with print serial right at the top. It's digital read serial. So we'll replace push button. So we'll replace this, and then we will just replace the names. Oh. We'll look up the pins afterwards. I don't like to get distracted. It's really easy to get distracted while coding and make copy and paste errors. So I have to remember to check back in the chat because you guys are super vigilant. You're gonna catch everything I do wrong, right? So it's serial dot. I don't remember all the string formatting off the top of my head. Left. So left. So we're going to just, this is just real basic. Digital read. What? Nice. And we'll copy and paste this. We'll add a tab here and here. Oh. So that we can, so that it formats it nicely for us. Mid button and right button. This one needs, then after this, print line. The reason why I'm making the print line separate is in case we want to put anything else in the same line that I don't have to forget and it messes everything up. Yeah. Never trust the hardware, and certainly never trust yourself. Okay, so let's sneak a peek here and figure out which buttons, or figure out which pins are which. I actually want this one. All right, so it looks like we've got from right to left 16, 15, and 7. After all that, 16, 15, and 7. So, so let's see. If I were a real pro, I'd integrate. We'll integrate the two in a sec. So let's see. Right button is 16. Mid button is 15. Left button is 7. So let's see. I think that's good. Let's check chat. See what I'm doing wrong. Semicolons. I forgot a semicolon. I certainly did. Look at me, I'm a professional. I build projects and I make the content about them. Did I miss more semicolons? Doesn't look like it. Okay, Platform IO. I tried to set up Platform IO and I could not get it working. I'm not good with tool chains. Amon asked, how do you know if you want to be a full-time YouTuber? Are you anxious, sustainable, getting overwhelmed by ideas? Getting overwhelmed by ideas is a really easy problem to solve, because like if you have too many ideas, you just write them out and pick the best one. How to be a full-time YouTuber? It's hard. Like, and remember, like, even if you're busting your butt, it still requires a lot of luck and a lot of prerequisites. So I wouldn't go into it at first trying to become a full-time YouTuber. I would start by trying to make just rock-solid videos. I would try to just make some great videos, and as you start getting faster and faster and faster, and you know, you start to feel more comfortable in front of the camera, then you can start thinking about going pro. There's this idea that if you want to become a full-time YouTuber, you should start doing it part-time and then make the jump later. Like, you know, as it starts to work. But, personally, I don't think that works anymore. I don't think there are enough hours in a day to do a job and be a full-time YouTuber. So, it's tricky. Oh, look at that. We lost 200 viewers because I put code on screen. You can't put code on screen. Like, you can't do code. We have to finish this as quickly as possible. Upload. Yeah, there's this. I think I actually cut this part from talking about it in the video. Oh my. Oh, because this is still a number pad. This is still a number pad. So I think I cut this part from the video about making videos, but people hate code. Whenever I put code on screen, I immediately lose 10% of the viewers to somewhere between 10-40% of viewers, like on the spot. And I have not figured out a way to get around this. Whether it's yeah, I just haven't figured out a way to get around this. It's I like code, but not this code. Oh man. Oh, are we set? It looks like our display stopped updating. Excellent, excellent. Where's our serial terminal? Where's our serial monitor? What the hell's going on here? It's off the screen. What the hell? Serial terminal's off the side of the earth. I don't even know what I'm supposed to... What? I can't full screen it. I am so confused right now. It seems as though my serial terminal is not... It's off the side of the monitor. This is... Why me? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Well then, I have to close it. Okay. Quick thinking. Can we do this on? Can we do this in PowerShell? Let's get this over here. I'm not as good with PowerShell as I am with Bash. So let's see. Python tools, maybe term, and we want COM22. All right, let us click. There we go. Oh, there we go. Our buttons work. Easy game, easy life. Woohoo! It's working. It's working. Hey, Botgrinder FPV is in chat. How is it going? Evelyn asked, Zach, do you have Windows Terminal installed? I mean, I have WSL and PowerShell. I don't know what else there is. I'm not. Ostensible Muse says, I prefer Z Shell over Bash. I know it's better. I don't like learning. I don't like trying new things. I don't have time. Pete S asked, yeah, are they inverted? Yes. Because remember what I've got going on here. So I'm using... So, like... in this line here, I have engaged the microcontroller's internal pull-ups. So when the circuit is broken, right, when the switch isn't being pressed, the pull-up is bringing it up to the voltage rail. So when I'm not pressing the key, when I'm not pressing the key, then it's returning high. When I do press it, then it grounds it. That overwhelms the pull-up resistor, and it goes low. You might be asking, why am I using a pull-up instead of a pull-down? Because I don't actually know if the Feather has a pull-down built in. I know the Teensy has both pull-ups and pull-downs, and but I don't know if the Feather or the NRF52 does. Big Red says, hover right-click on pop-up menu window, and click Move, press Alt. It's not showing up anywhere on the screen at all. So yeah, Quentin Balson asked, no EMI. No, because it's got built-in pull-ups. See? Built-in pull-ups. And so, this I think this works in Arduinos too. Basically, like, all those times that you soldered on a pull-up, you were 7 characters, like, you could have just put 7 characters in instead. Windows tab didn't work because, like, it switches to it, but it's still off the side of the earth. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out later. Okay, anyways, there is a window that I have to tab back to because the buttons are tested. So now we need to look into the keyboard API. Alright, so we gotta look into the keyboard API. Now this is as far as I have prepared. I don't actually know. Let me get my OBS window back open. Alright, so this is as far as I've prepared. I don't actually know what the API looks like. So I don't actually know what tools to use here. So I think there's an included one, but I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it. I changed the serial port by accident. I don't want to do that. Okay, so yeah, looks like we're going to have to do some research. But first, a word from our sponsor, because Zach's got to get paid. Yeah, today's episode is sponsored by Things. You want STL files? They got STL files. You want step files or other model files? They got those too. And all of them are on a really easy to use, well organized, crispy, clean website. And the best part about all of it is the preview, which loads in like seconds, and you can get an idea of what you want, and you can just download it. No waiting for 5 seconds for an ad break. Nice things I got there, yes indeed. And I personally have uploaded all the stuff from the channel to Things. So if you want to like take a look at the Chromance, or even my old Nerf stuff, all of it's up here. So yeah, got the Chromance. If you're seeing the thing in the back, yeah, this is the only 3D printed part. It's made of these 3D printed hub node pieces and a bunch of LED channels. Like really just aluminum extrusion with LEDs in it. It's a very simple project. I put a video up on it, but everything else is up on Things. I put up all the projects from all of my episodes, and I've also began for a lot of the episodes I've been reposting a lot of Creative Commons and you know, public domain stuff, just to try to keep it more you know, just so there's useful stuff there. There is a lot of useful stuff. It's good. The Chromance is Gamerman YTHD says the Chromance is so distracting. It's a work in progress. I'm trying to get the speed and stuff right. You notice that I've added a few more routines. So this routine here is old. This one here is new, and it also does some like cube things. I think we've lollygagged enough. Let's do a little research. So let's look this up. Feather NRF52 Bluetooth HID, and let's see what's available. BLE HID Adafruit. Oh, this is scary. It's got a big red box on it. The documentation is incomplete. I don't like the sound of them apples at all. Let's put that one on the back burner. Programming Feather NRF52 iCade. Adafruit NRF52 Arduino. Is this what we want? Let's see. see, this repository contains the what's a BSP? Adafruit NRF. I mean, it's got our board. Does this come standard? Examples peripheral. This comes standard. All right. Oh no, we're losing views. We have to finish the code. This is terrible. Greatest. If you're ever not depressed and not anxious, and you really feel like being depressed and becoming anxious, check analytics. It doesn't really matter what the analytics are. They'll always make you depressed. Hot damn! There we go. Hid keyboard. Go to your phone's Bluetooth settings to pair the device. Open application. Accept keyboard input. All right. So this is going to accept. So what's going on here? This is accepting serial. What's going on here? We're not reading anything. So let's see. So we're going to. So it looks like this lets us type things in over the serial port, and yep. So it lets us type things in over the serial port, and then it'll type that over. Woo! It'll type that over Bluetooth HID. So let's give it a shot. Boop. So we'll load that, and yeah, let me open up Bluetooth settings while we wait. Bluetooth and other device settings. I do not like the Windows 10 Bluetooth UX. So let's see. We're also going to see what Bluetooth devices the neighbors have. Oh, it seems like someone has a Hue BT200. That's my heads-up display. Unknown devices, very sus. I would imagine this device on the top is the Blue Fruit. Let's check some comments while we do this. It's a shame that code doesn't. Forge Master TV says the code that shame doesn't do all on stream. I love seeing the dev process. The code is part of it. Yeah, it really is. I don't know how much of it is just the code is inherently boring, and how much of it is I'm not good at presenting it. I think it's a little of both. HCon, thanks so much for the Norwegian kroner. Is this open sauce? I'd like to add some ingredients. It certainly is. As soon as... Oh boy, look at that, look what we got. Oh, I'm pointing at the wrong monitor. There we go. Yes, it will be released. Okay. Oh, this is good. This is really good. This is actually a little too good. I don't really know what to... I kind of expect everything to go wrong, so like I don't know what to do if we finish ahead of schedule. So that's a good problem to have. We'll cross when we get there. Okay, so this is going to cause a feedback loop because I'm going to type something in here, and it's going to type it in here, and so on and so forth. So let's hope this doesn't get too hairy. Oh boy, here we go. There we go. Infinite F feedback loop. F. That's it. That's it. Looks like we have our pieces. The keyboard API, it just works right out of the box. I mean, I don't see a reason to go so heavyweight and start integrating QMK. Yeah, that's great. F. This set of Fs gets it. It looks a lot like it works. James, the Orb 2 Mastros is correct. Okay. All right. kick names and take ass. Okay, keyboard API is done. Last step of the process, right? You can't see it doesn't look like I'm doing anything here. Trust me. I'm wrestling with my extremely janky to-do list stream display system. That's it. Okay, we're at our last part, which is write firmware. So we have, by the way, this is, I'm not changing how I do the process to make this easier to stream. This is actually how I design and refine all of my projects. This is the same workflow that I usually do. We're going to keep this here, but we'll just minimize it. We'll need this for testing the Keeb. I think we're done with this. This is actually how I do it. First, I like to figure out what parts I'm going to use. Boop, boop, boop. Then I'll model the enclosure. Basically, I want to start with the parts, then make the hardware, right? And then design the 3D prints around the hardware. Once I have the hardware, I can then write code, and I do it just like this. I test each part in turn, and then I bring it all together. And then, after all that, the project is done. But if I want to make it more refined, I can go back, and now that I have known working code and known working schematic, known working design, then I can go back and make improvements, and I know it works. So this is how I build stuff, and it seems to be paying off pretty friggin' well today. Okay, so we have 3 sketches. This is not necessary. So we have 3 sketches that each contain a key feature in our project. So, yeah, now it just comes down to pulling them all together. We're not really going to have screens this tiny. So let's combine it all together. I have 2 monitors, so it's not really easy to get that. And I can't use Windows left or right because I have Power Toys set up. Anyways, whoop, let's get that in here. Yes, it sometimes really is this easy. All right. When I was being literal, like we're literally going to combine them together. Then we can straighten things out. Like once we have all the pieces. Okay, so we've got our defines. Our declarations, I guess. So let's get those somewhere around here. These should be defines. Before I make this, open source, I'm going to refactor it. Zachary Binks asks, is there a reason you only went with 3 switches? There certainly is, because 3 switches are the same width as an Adafruit Feather. Offspec says you have 3 buttons, but have you considered having 3 buttons and a knob? I considered it, but there isn't a lot of surface area on the bottom of this, even with 4 feet. There's not a lot of grip, so I think I'll turn the entire thing if I put a knob on it. The whole point of this thing is to give me buttons all throughout the workshop, so I can switch cameras around while we're streaming. And I just don't think a knob would be necessary. I don't really have any way to get audio feedback, so I don't really have any way to get audio feedback. Wait, no, we don't want this in loop, we want this in setup. So I don't even need like an audio knob. What is going on with this indentation? Alright, let's get this saved. I'd like to I'm a bit anal about my project organization. So let's do Dropbox, projects, active projects. We have a new one. This project needs a name. I don't know what to name this thing. Let's call this the micro macro for now. Micro macro firmware. Oh, very tongue twisty. I just realized that the part of this that I want you to look at is being blocked by all of my stream accoutrement. Okay, so we've transferred this, and all we have to do is read it, and let's make our life easy here. Make our life easy here. Left button pressed equals left button except inverted. Let's change this to mid. I like verbose variable names because it makes the code easier to read. Clicky McClackington. So far, I'm not seeing people complain, so we'll keep using this audio setup for now. Micromechanical keyboard, Arduino IDE. It's all right. It's okay. Sam asks, do you think cats and dogs can talk to each other? I think cats can understand what most things are saying, but they just don't care. Yes, our first child will be named Clicky McClackington. Quentin Bolson says, I like big buttons and I cannot lie. The other brothers can't deny. When someone walks in and... Alright, enough of that. Okay, so we've got this set. Now for the fun and excitement of getting all this HID keyboard stuff in. When it comes to this Bluetooth Low Energy stuff, there are so many magic numbers. This is a non-starter. We're gonna make this big. Okay, we're gonna have to import all this crap. Yeah, there isn't really a good way to get both these windows on screen. This is a little what I was worried about. Anyways, like when you're working with anything involving Bluetooth Low Energy, there are an enormous pile of magic numbers and like constants and things to keep on top of. Because the whole protocol works by having like the super well optimized, like super terse reference set of like data types, formats, and protocols and profiles that are all identified by just a number. So it has like all these magic numbers and stuff, and it's really fun to read the code because you're always like, what the hell? Why is there an OX88547360002 here? Yeah, we're not gonna port this part in. We already have serial set up. Well, not serial. We don't care about this. We don't want that. Okay, here's the part we care about. We want to get our blue fruit. Okay, get our blue fruit moving. Let's see. So our name is going to be. We can always change the name. Like, knowing me, it's going to be something really dumb. Smoke Shifter 101 asks, what are you working on? I put so much time into making the to-do list. It's right on the screen. And I even put project. Even says project. It's right there. It says project. I do like macros. Okay, we're gonna set manufacturer to Voidstar Lab, of course. Although I don't think this is right. Oh, this is in loop, isn't it? Yup, good catch. I am dumb. Brian Santero asks, what's the project? Thanks for the super chat. And we want a BLE HID. We have a callback. Oh boy, I should probably read how the API works. But we're going to change this on. Let's see, on. Oh, wait a second. I know what this is. This is the cap. This is like if the caps lock key or the num lock, scroll lock, if those get pressed, that's to turn the appropriate LED on. So I think that's what our callback is for. By the way, if you ever do a keystroke injection attack, of course, this is something we all do. But if you ever use a keystroke injection attack to load a script onto a computer and you want to exfiltrate data, you can do it by toggling the caps lock key on and off, like on a timer. Like you can use it to exfiltrate data. It's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet. Anyways, Ayush 11200 asks, why aren't you using VS Code or any other editor? Because it's a giant pain in the ass to set it up. Plain and simple. I outright refuse to spend more than 1 hour at a time setting up a tool chain, and I haven't managed to get VS Code or Platform EO working. The X by Keyboard API got deleted. Where are we? What? I don't see any X. Where's an X? I don't see an X. Confusing me. BLE HID called twice. Also made by. It's BLE dist and BLE HID. They're different. No, I'm getting confused here. Yeah, BLE DIS and BLE HID are different. Alright, let's see what happens. I'm just wondering if this is needed for drivers, but it can't be, because, like, it didn't prompt me to install a driver. Voidstar Lab. Micro macro pad. Not the Thunderfinger. Brand B, thanks so much. Did you mean to have the BLE DIS code within the loop? No, I moved it out. It's gone. It's gone now. Trust me. It's gone. There you go. It's out of there. Nope, I'm just dumb. It's surprisingly hard to code and talk at the same time. Especially when you have a hard enough time just coding. Period. Okay, looks like we've got it. Let's do this at the very end so we don't slow down our just so we get visual feedback that things are moving faster. Okay. So looks like this is our advertising. We can. Are you guys curious in how this works? Because I can explain what's going on here, but although it doesn't really matter, you know, if it works, you know, it doesn't matter. Okay. Ready? Okay, so this is alright, so this is where the business end happens. So we're gonna extend this and modify. All right, let's take a quick look through how this works. Okay, so this is doing Bluetooth Low Energy. Bluetooth. All right, so old school Bluetooth. Very like the way it works. It's very simple. By the way, I'm gonna get things wrong here. Like this is a very high level overview, and I haven't really worked with this stuff on a very low level, so you know. Yes, the rubber ducky logic. That's right. It's a keystroke injection. Anyways. Regular old Bluetooth 2.x or whatever. Really simple. You got a peripheral. You got a main device. The two connect. Sets up a data channel. Sends data back and forth. It's up. You know, the device is basically like the peripheral gives the main device like sort of a hint on on what the data is, so it can decode it. Bluetooth Low Energy. It can't do that because maintaining that link costs power, right? Because if the link drops, it has to reconnect. It has to constantly check, like, hey, anyone out there, so it can reconnect, and vice versa. And the protocol itself is also, you know, heavyweight because it has to handle various types of data. It's the way Bluetooth Low Energy works is the Bluetooth Low Energy device advertises. It says, hey, anyone who's listening, I got this stuff. And a computer can, you know, a peripheral can say, "Oh, yo, give me that right there." It's basically acting. It's sort of acting like a tiny web server. It's sort of acting like a little tiny web server, sort of. Anyways, the way this is, the way this actually plays out is that it's got these flags where it advertises. These are things that it says. These are things that affect how it advertises. So in this case, it's saying the BLE. So we want this thing to advertise Bluetooth Low Energy in only general discovery mode, which means that it's not carrying, as far as I know, it's not carrying any data in the advertising packet, and it's looking for things to pair with. Pairing a Bluetooth Low Energy works differently. It's not really pairing in the sense the two maintain a connection. It's more telling the peripheral, don't talk to anyone except this thing. This guy, thanks a lot for the super chat. Spending $5 to say hi to a YouTuber in a different YouTuber's video. Hi, 3D printing professor. I don't even know what to make of that. I guess I'm glad I got money out of it. Yes, so here's the cool part. Adding appearance. So what it's advertising is, it's advertising, I am a keyboard. And this is really cool, because you can also advertise things like, I'm a serial port device. Or, here's a cool one, I am a location sensing tag. Or, yeah, like a tracking tag. It's pretty sweet. Michael Buendia, thanks a lot. Happy Friday, Friedman. Thanks for streaming your project today. Cheers. Thank you. You make my Friday worth it. Okay, so this is the business. So this right here is the business end. The service is sort of like what's contained in the server. This is what it's saying you have the capabilities to do. So the way this thing keeps low power is that like it said, it broadcasts and says, hey, here's what I can do. And then it stops, and then it like never does that again. Instead, it's up to the main device to remember what the thing can do and to talk to the right endpoints. And these things here, on all caps, are all like magic numbers that like declare this thing. This is what restore and disconnect. We're telling it like reconnect, and these are all like how it basically like how it switches between the low power mode of like either idle or being connected, and the high powered mode that makes it more responsive when it's connecting. Yes, Zachary Banks summed it up really well. It holds a session like a cookie. Yeah, sort of, in a lot of ways, it's sort of like a web server. But the whole system, remember, in BLE, and Bluetooth Low Energy, and Bluetooth Smart, is optimized to use as little power as possible. So all of this is built to let the keyboard go to sleep, stay asleep as much as possible. Thorsten Kalka, you don't need to repeat your answers. I do read them. My keyboard is an Ergodox Infinity that it's an Ergodox Infinity with Kale box chains, and the keycaps are a combination of Razer keycaps, which are excellent, and Happy Anime Lady keycaps. They're very happy. Robert Porter, thanks a lot for the super chat. I was just looking at doing something like this for Feather. Thank you. So yeah, that's basically what's going on here. The actual inner workings of BLE are incredibly complicated, and I barely understand them enough to explain them. If you're curious, you can If you're curious, Bluetooth is an open spec. Anyone can have access to all of the same documents that the manufacturers get, so you can read everything about it. And it is a really cool protocol. It's one of my favorites. It's really clever how they do a lot of stuff. But I think we've gone on far enough. Let's build things. Before we build things, let's just go back and take a look at some of the the comments. Oh, here's a good one. Usama Itani asks, "Surprised you can code so confidently, let alone while streaming." Yeah, it's what's it called? Dunning-Kruger effect, where like you're too dumb to know how dumb you are. Yeah, that's where the confidence comes from. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. What power supply am I using for the lights on the wall? That is a 5-volt, 10-amp giant brick that I got from Adafruit. It's pretty rad. Jose Lagunas asks, "Hey, I'm a screen. Is there? I believe there is some sort of display device. Bluetooth Low Energy doesn't have enough bandwidth to display graphics, but I believe there's a protocol for a sign. I think there's something for a sign. Yeah. Let's see. We'll do one more question and then get back to writing some cool stuff. Tebla, speaking of code injection, how do you sanitize the input for your LED matrix? Well, number one, easiest way is you just don't eval anything. The easiest way is anytime you have a stream from the internet, anytime you have like text coming in from the internet and you feed it into something, find the source code of the thing, and just search for repr, eval, and other things that will run it. And, if in this case there weren't any, so nothing can actually evaluate the code. So yeah. Now, all right. Now the guy or gal or person who keeps making their name something super loud and stupid to make me say it during the outro of my videos, changed their name or asked me to change their name to something with escaped characters in it. And even though that would work fine if they had actually changed their Patreon name to it, when I typed the constant in, I had to manually escape it, and it crashed it the first time, which was a lot of fun to do 4 minutes before the stream and ended up not working. Anyways, enough is enough. It looks like we've ported in most of the code. I'm going to open up Adafruit's code on my other monitor, just so that I can take a look at it. So, yeah. So let's see if key pressed. Okay, so let's see. We want. Okay, so here's what's going on here in their loop. This bit here. All right, this bit here. What's going on? Okay, so when you press So the way the protocol works is it doesn't have like it doesn't have like an A button pressed like message, right? Because you can hold buttons down. Instead, each keystroke is actually two messages. It has one for pressing it, one for releasing it. And if we forget to release the keys, it's just going to keep pressing it forever. And this is a total blast when you're working on a Bluetooth project, because you have to rip the battery out to get it to stop. Because if you try to upload the code, the extra characters are going to end up in your code and it's not going to compile. Anyways, yeah, there's that. But you can't just each frame say release everything, because that's a lot of bandwidth. It actually could overwhelm the receiving device. So that's what's going on here. It just tracks if we have a key pressed, and then it releases it. And in this case, they wait a little bit. I don't like putting delays in the main loop, but we'll change that later. Remember, don't fix problems until they exist. Premature optimization is the root of all evil. Alrighty, so this is the business end. We're going to copy this directly in. Okay, so now we're going to let's get to our loop. Do loop, brother. Let's do all our declarations here. Keep them all together. Okay, so this thing should be a global var. Alright, so this thing should be a global variable. Did I remember to put this in? No, don't tell me that. So this has to be has key pressed. All right. So this is the part. Oh, I keep switching back to my OBS window because it looks like Arduino because it has the Arduino open. Okay, so this is the part we care about. So that's the business end of this, and we just want to remember this. Okay. I just realized we made a minor mistake. We don't want to just do digital reads here. We don't want to do digital reads here. We want to use bounce because we want to have it automatically debounce for us. Dominic Saavedra, thank you very much. So let's just real quick. I'm just gonna real quick open up the bounce code because I keep forgetting the friggin' syntax of the thing. There we go. Oh, it's just bounce. That's it, really? Huh. Okay. Okay. Alright, so let's do like this. Left button. Let's just do this. Button, and we're going to replace that with button pin. So that way, our syntax will look a little better. Okay, so bounce, left button. Oh wait, it's Alright, so this is left button, let's bounce. Okay, excellent. Let's just change that. This has been a... Oh no, we're losing viewers again. The code, it has to stop. Alright, enough. I'm droning on about this. So okay, so we've got this. We've configured our buttons. We've done this already. So we're going to attach, and we are going to set an interval. Basically, all right. So what's going on here is inside the key, right? Inside the key is two metal leaves, right? Two little metal springs. So when we push the button, what's going on here is the spring is that the metal pieces, the contacts are being brought together, but they don't just go like clean together because this is the real world, and everything has to, be full of gotchas in the real world. So what's going on here is the They bounce like that. You close and... so what this thing does is it basically does a lockout. Like once the state changes, it ignores... once the state changes from like open to closed or closed to open, it ignores for a certain amount of time to allow it to settle. So that's what's going on here. And this library is great because it handles all that for us. Usually it's just very, very tedious. Very tedious to watch. Sky Blue says, "This is ass." Thank you, Sky Blue. I hope it's a good ass. There are plenty of people in the comment section love ass. Yes, that is what bounce does. It just handles all your debouncing for us, and it also automatically for free gives us edge detection. So it detects when it goes low to high and high to low, which are just really tedious to do by hand. Enough. Let's pull it together. I forgot just bounce. Hey, so this is bounce 2. They changed how the library works, and like I keep forgetting which version is which, and then we just update. Okay, awesome. All right, so let's go to config. There we go. Excellent. So we want left. We're going to bind the pins to the buttons, and then attach them. I could have done this in an array, but it's a pain. It's a lot harder in C++. Why couldn't we do everything in Python? Oh right, I'm not supposed to talk and type at the same time. This is an excellent question. Tebla asks, would bounce stop very fast key presses? No, 5 milliseconds is extremely... 5 milliseconds is... It's nothing. It's like 50 keystrokes a second. That's like if you're using a... that's like if you're playing a video. It's like imagine playing a video game at 60 frames per second, and you're hitting a button every frame. It's not physically possible. No human can do it. Can't work. Even if it's something bigger like 20 milliseconds, you're not going to press keys that fast. Remember, this is on a per key basis. This isn't across multiple keys. One key's bouncing doesn't affect another. So so yeah, like look. All right. So if you by the way, so like, but another way to phrase this could be like, what do you use if you do expect this thing to change often? And the answer to that, like if I do actually expect this thing to, like if I have to detect like 50 or 100 or 1,000 pulses per second, straight up, like a mechanical switch isn't for that. Like instead you use a Hull switch, right? You detect it using a magnet, using a solid state switch, and that doesn't bounce. So whenever you have to do like an RPM sensor or something else that spins extremely fast, or something else that changes from low to high crazy fast, you use a non-bouncing sensor like a Hall sensor. Back in the day, you would use a switch that's soaked in mercury, and the mercury would absorb the bounces. But we don't do that anymore because the babies keep eating the electronics, and it just kills the groundwater. Okay, anyways, we've got this attached. So, at the top of our loop, brother, we need to first update all these. Left button. So we need to update these. And right button, update. Excellent. Okay, so with these, we know. So these we could change. So we're going to change this to left button. So this now detects when it goes from high, right? The pull-up is in effect. Switch isn't being pressed, to low. Switch is pressed, pulls it to ground. So that's called edge detection, and we get it for free in addition to already bouncing. Isn't that neat? Yeah, prototype development and in YouTube videos, you always want to find situations. You always want to find ways to save time. Okay. Bad with Computer asks, isn't the BLE library going to take longer than 5 milliseconds? Not necessarily. A lot of this is happening asynchronously. Yeah, a lot of this is happening asynchronously. It's not because it's multi-core, but because of the way the NRF52 runs your user code. Pretty neat. Okie dokie. So this should be everything we need. So let's do the fun part. No, we don't want that. We want this. All right. So let's pick some things to attach them to. Key press, very nice. Okay, so that's it. blehit.keypress. That's really simple, isn't it? Alrighty. So let's do this first. So like, let's see. If we don't want this because this isn't a left button pin anymore. It's no longer accurate. All right. So this is really simple. Like basically, like if we press the key, type the letter. So, real simple. So let's do this. Brian Santero says, I just buy vintage thermometers, break and drink them for a wild Friday night. So I'm glad Zach started streaming so I can kick that habit. Yeah, you gotta switch to the much safer alcohol thermometers. Right, so let's see. If left button pressed. Kid. See, just real simple. Map a different button on each one. All right, and there we go. I already made a mistake. We have to remember to track. Oh, we also want that. We also want that delay because they used it. And I'm going to cargo cult it in. Alrighty. Yes, we have to remember to unpress the keys. We cannot forget that, or we are going to have some trouble. You know what? Let's make our lives easier here. I'm going to go back to the setup. I'm going to go back to the setup, and we are going to add. All right, let's see. We're going to add a delay. So if we mess things up, I can hit reset, and we have a 2-second window to get fresh code on this thing before it goes nuts. You know what? We're going to make this 5 seconds because I'm feeling slow today. Okay, so let's see. We've got key pressed. We do a delay. All right. So next thing to do is we have our keyboard LED. Did we already do that? No, we didn't. So I'm just going to add in our keyboard LED callback. Yeah, very nice. Okay, great. Alrighty. Where is this? What's LED on? Huh? What's LED on? Is that like built in? I don't even know what that means. Huh. Pretty neat. Alrighty. Can I get an over/under on whether this will work? What do you guys think? Is this going to work? We also want to make sure that the you know what? We have our. I just realized we don't want the code. We don't want the OLED code. The OLED code is going to. Let me see here. The question is the OLED code going to slow things down? Yeah, it's full of delays and stuff. So we're just going to have to comment that out and use it as an example. Alrighty. There we go. Okay, what can we get? Let's see. Chat seems to think it will work. You guys believe in me far more than I believe in me. But you know what? I believe in the you that believes in me. Someone asked me what anime I like, and I think I just tipped my hand. I keep forgetting which ones are which. Or does Bounce have a capital? I think Bounce might be, yeah, I think Bounce is capital B. There we go. Alright, let's take a look at the chat while we wait for this thing to compile. Querdimoto asks, just got here, remasking your button state read so it doesn't repeat the key press every loop. Great question. The Bounce library does that for us. Isn't that nice? We did release. Yeah, we should have. John Paul Ensign says, "Don't forget to release the key." We should be. Should be. We should be good. Very nice. Very nice. Jesse Stivelt says, "Sorry for asking again, but really curious. The keyboard you're programming on sounds good. Which switches are they?" Those are Kale Box Jades, and they are super chunky. I love them. Brian Santero asks, "Have you seen Invincible? It's amazing." No, right now Brooke and I, our shows are Debris and Supernatural. Hayden McAdams asks, "What switches you use for the macro pad?" We are using Cherry MX Blues that I ripped out of this keyboard when I replaced them with the Box Jades. Okay, looks like we're in business. Looks like we're in business. Moment of truth. Oh my god. Oh my. What? We have our pins assigned backwards, but oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, Cyborgs, it works. We did it. Guys, gals, NBs, etc. It works. This doesn't have. It's not. This isn't how it's supposed to work. No, this isn't. Well, crap. What am I gonna do now? It's a good thing we didn't start on time. I'm just kidding. There's still plenty to do. First thing before I forget. This excellent. So one thing. So let's see. One thing that I want to do is we don't want to type numbers. We want to type. We don't want to type numbers per se. We want to type, ideally, special keys. Oh, I just thought I heard Brooke there. Whew. Oh, be still, my heart. Epic Live. Connor McKnight says, "Epic live streamer fails to disappoint viewers." I know it's not supposed to work. I feel so bad for those 230 something people, but who's counting? Who couldn't stand it because they missed out on the magic. Oh my days. Okay, next. So all right. Only thing I want to do now is instead of typing comics, I was reading Brooke's comment. Instead of typing keystrokes, we want to type like media keys or something. So yeah, let's read a little more about the API. I should still have the reference document open. I can't see because I put a goddamn camera in the middle of my screen. Alrighty. So let's see. We want Bluefruit 52 HID keyboard media keys. We might be able to just. Hopefully, this lets us just put in the scan code. Yeah, hopefully this just gives us a scan code. Oh, there we go. For key code definition, see BLE HID generic. So let's see. Where is it? Should just search for it because I'm dumb. How do I? File finder. Oh, there we go. BLE HID generic. Okay, so this should give us our list of keys. What one? Where's? I feel betrayed. I expected a list of. Oh, I'm sad. Why? Where are my constants? I'm supposed to have a list of constants. What? What? No, that's not where the BLE HID generic, right? What am I messing up here? HID ASCII to include USB HID definitions. Alright, so HID dot. What the? I hate the GitHub website. I hate everything about GitHub. Just Git in general. I don't like it. So alright, so we're importing. I can search this up on my own computer. HID.h. Hackaday badge? No. No. There's our Arduino libraries. Ah, boy. Error is human, but to truly mess up, gonna need a computer. I'm very confused. Include class hid.h. Where is it? Libraries, right? BT52 lib, right? And yeah, oh, now I look dumb. Oh no, we're losing even more viewers. Working with what I got. I'm still getting the ropes here. All right, let's just, you know what? Let's just consult the Almighty Oracle. BLE hid Adafruit scan codes. There we go. The pieces of data that represent different keys are called scan codes. Jason Wallen asks, have you tried using SourceGraph for more powerful code search? I don't know how to do that. And I think you guys have had to deal with enough. Where are our scan codes? Is this it? Oh, this is the, maybe they use the same ones? Modifier values. Are these the same ones? Oh, these are just generic ones. Let's do BLE hid scan codes. There's gonna be a table of these. I feel dumb. Where are our scan codes? Come on. Here we go. Oh, Stack Overflow. I hope these are the same ones. It's getting very hot in here. I feel like I should open this door. Okay. I've been asked, should I do a hot tub stream? I hate you. All of you. There goes. Affect a specific device. I'm very confused. Let's see. We want. This is not easy to do on stream while trying to be entertaining. I'll tell. I just want to make that. I just want to make that clear. This is quite difficult to do live on stream. This is noted. This is the type of thing that I should do ahead of time. Scan. Come on. Keyboard and keypad. Okay, so I think this is what we want. What the hell? Alright. Accent grave. So let's find one that we're not going to use. Well, here are a few. Pause. Should we do pause? Did I reassign? I think I might have reassigned pause to something already. I think so. I think, you know what, this will actually be a good, actually do a keypad one. Yeah, the number pad. Let's try number pad values. Let's start with those. So we'll put in the hex values. So let's try a hex value 59, 5A, and 5B. Let's give that a shot. 9 X5A and OX5B. Because if these work, that means like that means we're barking up the right tree. Let's see. Jacob Skosen and Tevla both say similar things. This is what I tuned in for. I'm so used to just like in life in general, I'm so used to people tuning out as soon as basically people tuning out and trying to like stop listening as soon as they can. So I have this real complex about like the millisecond I lose someone's attention, that's it. I'll never talk in that conversation again. But let's see. So if this works, the number pad keys should actually control OBS. So all right. So it's no good. It's looking them up as ASCII. It's doing ASCII. Yeah, it's doing an ASCII key. Sec. Oh, we got the 3D printing professor sent me a DM and says I'm on stream, so I won't feel bad if you don't respond until after the stream. I'm so confused right now. What is going on? Press the power key. And Alexander Burgers. I don't want to press the power key. Although the power key on my tower PC is, it's so good. Okay, so it looks like we're doing ASCII. You know, maybe there's a different. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree here. Let's look at the BLE HID. Let's look at the BLE HID API. Let's go back on GitHub and let's take a quick look at what functions are available, because I think we're just the key press function. I think is where the problem is. So let's first go back and see what exactly we're looking for. Name of this library is BLE HID. So, BLE HID Adafruit? Yeah, why not? Let's start here. There we go. So we have the key press and key release. Keyboard report. Yeah, this is going to be more complicated. We have to assemble our own. Looks like if we don't want to use this, we will have to assemble our own report. Basically, the entire batch of raw key codes. So let's take a look at the implementation here, just out of curiosity. So let's take a look at key press. See what's actually going on here. Yeah, so there we go. We got this hit ask. We have to assemble with the instance a keyboard report. Clear the oh this is fun. Oh my. Shall we do it? I guess we should do it. Consumer key. Let's take a look at this consumer key press. So this just assembles. It's a consumer. What's the difference between a consumer key press and a report? Let's see. Consumer key press. I just want to see what this actually does, because I want to make sure it's. This might just be a mouse. This might just. Let's see. I don't remember off the top of my head what this is. You know what? Let's just go for it. Let's go for this. Usage code. Let's find our usage. Let's find some good usage codes here. Well, I do this. So let's find our key press. So let's do hid.key consumer key press. Consume key press. What's the worst that could happen? Truth is, Witch King 64 says, Lamau, I love this, might help having some ready-made for stream. I agree. I'm only going into this level of detail because I didn't really expect us to get this far. I'm not going to spend much more time on this because we did basically get where we wanted to go. Gantz, thanks a lot for the super chat. I made this work on QMK. When you give up, it's on GitHub. I'm running out of money. Oh, you don't need to. I'm trying to read the chat as best I can. I just realized that links may not may not show up on stream. YouTube is very aggressive about getting rid of, about filtering out links, like extremely so. Lower byte is ASCII. Oh my, is there background noise? Because I do have. If there is, I can set a noise gate. Oh, Truman Adams says, how do you make those comments so fast? That is Control/. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when we press this. Nothing's happening. Okay, so it says so Ray Mitchell says it's a UNT16 type, and the lower byte is the key press, the upper byte is extended keys. So this isn't working. Yeah, we do have some fans going on. We have some fans going on. Sign up to my OnlyFans, Finar. Bear with me one sec. I will. Oh, why? Why is that happening? Can I not do this while we're streaming? One sec. I'm just going to add a noise gate. Noise gate. There we go. Noise gate. Okay. There we go. This should be gone. Awesome. Very nice. I don't think we need the full-on 3D printing professor. I don't think we need the full-on NVIDIA sound canceling. A simple noise gate is fine. That is a fan. The fan is my fan's a dehydrator. I'm dehydrating some filament because I've been really struggling to keep the humidity level down in 3D printer closet. Some of the filament has become a tad waterlogged. You know what? Yeah, it's going to come back every time I talk because yeah, that's the way the noise gate. It's worse. All right, I'll stand by. I will disengage the noise gate. I'll hammer this out after we're done streaming. All right, yeah, we'll hammer this out after I'm done. Okay. I've been told to look in the lounge on Discord. All right, so let's see. USB HID scan codes. There we go. Excellent. We have looks like we have a list of scan codes. Thank you very much, Doogie. The question is, can I just dump these? Just dump these in there. Let's look at our number pad, keyboard, F13. Look at all these Fs. Oh my God, F13. Holy cow. Yeah, this is what I put in, right? So it says like keypad 1 is OX59, and here are my code. It's OX59. There's something funny going on here. Let's open our Chatterino back up. F24. That's right. Lotion up and wear a bunny suit. I'm gonna get canceled. I only have 24. Ultimate Drawmaster says on Discord, only have 24 minutes left until the weekend. Speaking of, I forgot to shill for things. I have to pay the bills. Yeah, today's stream is sponsored by Things, where I upload the 3D printing website, actually modeling website in general, where I upload pretty much everything I make for the channel. So we're going to get so yeah, like after we're done with this, all the stuff is going to end up on GitHub, but I'm going to make sure that all of the oh no, I lost 50 euros of Noise Gate. I'm going to make sure all of my models show up on Things. Thanks so much to Things for supporting the channel. None of this would be possible without them. Yeah, they've been very helpful to the channel. Yeah, they just introduced really cool feature. You can now download forward models to augmented reality on your phone, so you can view your like you can see things overlaid in the real world. I cannot think of a great way to demonstrate this, but it is pretty sweet. People didn't really like the noise gate, did they? I think people are starting to feel like the stream is meandering around in circles, and I'm inclined to agree. I think we have spent enough time on this. And it's time to move on. But thanks a lot to Things for sponsoring the streams. If you'd like to check them out, all my models are up there. Just check the link in the description, and it'll happen. Dakota Power says get rid of the consumer and consumer key press and lowercase k. So like just dump this in, like that, but it didn't work before. No, I don't know. It didn't work before. I think we've unfortunately gone a little too far. Okay, so I think this is enough. We did get this. The important part is we did get this working. Boop, 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 boop. I have no idea what that's even doing. We did get this working to an extent. Let's see. Yeah, Michael 9. Yeah, we have had a lot of suggestions for keyboard report, but then I have to form it. Let's see. Where did I put this? We had this in. I'm not going to spend much more time on this because I know this isn't the most exciting thing to listen to. Yeah, this is a different device. Yeah, we're gonna close this down. Let's take a look at where'd those Fs come from. What happened to my? I don't even. What happened to my? Oh, did I just close the window? Oh, that wasn't very smart, was it? All right, here we go. Yeah, so if we assemble the report ourselves. Six. Oh, I get what's going on here. Okay, so like, what are we putting in here? What does con HDL stand for? Keycode report. Connect. Key press. Key release. Is this overridden? Connection handle. Yeah, this is more than I can. It doesn't matter what. Let's see. Yeah, Brian Santero, thanks a lot for the donation. Michael 9 said suggest keyboard report. Yeah, but then I have to figure out how to. Actually put it on. Tell you what, let's take a break from trying to mess around with the code, and let's finish assembling. And now that we know that the thing. Let me collect myself here. Now that we know that all our hardware works and we're not, Michael 9 says just keyboard report 0. You know what? Let's just give that a shot. Let's, you know what? Hold my human interface. I'm going in. Let's just get this out of here. After this, no matter whether this works or not, we're going to finish assembling this device. Yeah, that's why it's important to comment code. We are going to finish assembling this device and take it from there, because we just keep things interesting. The important point is, this stage in the process, we want to make sure that all of our hardware works, so that way we can keep it. That way we once we know the hardware works, we can safely close it up. Is what I am saying. Okie dokie. So let's try that. All right, let's try this. BLE hid. Keyboard port. I imagine we're gonna have to we'll give it a shot. I imagine we're gonna have to combine that in an array literal with 5 empty values. But let's see. Let's see what goes on. Hold my human interface. Yeah, it's no good. If I try, Garrett Davis says, if I try using the constant name, hid key keypad 1. That's an interesting idea, you know, like, give that a shot. I'll just keep this here. Yeah, let's give this a shot. But then we'll get back to building stuff, because we all like building things. Building things is fun, and we need a bit of a change of pace. This is why I don't like programming very much, and also why I'm a little worried about doing it on stream, because it tends to drag. Well, it looks like we seem to be compiling at least. That's a start. All right. Let's see what goes down. Hmm? Still no good. Ah! I dropped it. Unfortunately, it's no good. So we're gonna let this. We're gonna leave this. We're gonna leave this sitting here. But let's finish assembling it. Wait a second. What's going on here? What? Not even OBS is working now. Oh, it is working. I just wasn't looking at it. I'm sorry for making your stuff go. Sorry for. What the hell's going on with the? You. Oh my god! How long can your patron? Is this a technical? Is this a glitch? All right, hang on a second. This. What the hell? I think this is a glitch. Oh man, you people are nuts. Anyways, the ticker is displaying the names of my patrons. Okay, let's get back to assembling things. Woo! Drag this over. Yes. All right. Let's get this guy out of here. We don't need it for now. Okay. We don't like to. Yeah, we're gonna have to assemble this thing with the power on, because, you know, with batteries. Alrighty. First step. We are going to need a hot glue gun. We're gonna need some hot snot. So, let's try not to bump the tripod. Let's get that rolling. Anyone got some cool weekend projects, by the way? Person of people asks, is this hand wired or a PCB? I haven't actually designed a circuit board since I started the channel. I haven't done a circuit board since I started the channel, because even the fastest turnaround times that I've seen are still too slow to stick to our schedule. So I haven't been able to. It's really unfortunate. So let's get that there. In the meantime, let's insulate the back of the display so we don't short anything out. Professor D says, Zach, you are squandering the opportunity. You should not be programming live. You should be the live tech lead. Crowdsource volunteer programmers. Something tells me that won't make the show much more watchable. I do appreciate everyone helping. I do appreciate all the help, and it will come in very handy after the stream. It will come in very handy after the stream when I have time to slow down, think things through, check on the. Oh, I should be doing this where you can see it. Like check on all the APIs. But for now, like, I have to balance the need to, get it just. I have to balance the need to get it just right versus the need to keep the chat entertaining. It's the nature of the game, I'm afraid. All right, that seems good. Come on. Okie dokie. So then we've got our hole. Oh, that's why I was having such a hard time with this, because it was turned sideways. All right, so we have this top panel with a window, and we want to glue that in. So let's get the hot snot on it now. Push it in place. It should fit tightly, but shouldn't need to be jammed in. So let's get that down. What's going on here? Oh no, there's no way the PCBs are different sizes, are they? Oh, come on. This is what happens when you buy cheap displays from Amazon. Well, on the bright side, I don't need to hot glue it. I'm going to turn this a little bit so you can see my punum. On the upshot, I don't have to glue it because it's kind of sticking itself in there. Right. So, can't screw it together without any screws, can I? There you go. Lots of screws. I'm going to unplug this before I kill myself on it. Alright, we got this. We need one of these. Yeah. So let's try to cram this together. Arrange things so you can actually see them. Very nice. Oh, this is a black one. Got to keep my colors consistent. I love the black oxide screws, but I didn't have them on Amazon. Why am I buying all this stuff from Amazon, you may ask? Because I don't have time to wait around. Hopefully changing up my stream schedule will make it easier to will allow me to, like, you know, buy proper parts for making let me buy proper parts for making projects from, like, McMaster and whatnot. Let's see. Matteo Turpolili asks, the keyboards for playing OS. People have been mentioning that since I first announced this project. I've never even heard of that game. I'd never heard of that game before. It's like a Rhythm Heaven Elite Beat Agents type game. Professor D says, trust me, I'm a professor. Leading a team in the hijinks that verbally ensue will be more entertaining. You could go from a one-man show to leading star of a cast. Well, perhaps in the near future. At least for, perhaps in the near future. At least for now. Oh no, light went off. Is that a problem? It doesn't look like it. At least for now, I gotta do what I'm comfortable with. Remember that I don't have a lot of experience streaming, so I'm still getting used to the tools, still getting used to the software, like how things work. Just generally getting my hands dirty. Okay, now we have the back plate. I already attached these little rubber feet to the bottom. Make our life a little easier. So yeah, so this thing should screw on in 6 places, and I hope it doesn't crack, because it is made of silk filament, and silk filament does like to crack. Say crack again. Crack. Alright, let's try to get this together without getting my head in frame. The holes are a little weird shaped, because I wanted to leave a cutout for the LEDs. One thing I don't like about this board is they put the indicator LEDs very close to the mounting screws, so it becomes very difficult to use both. Oh, that didn't work. I don't think the screw is long enough. I think the screw is suboptimally long. That's what she said. We'll try this. Let's see. Tom Colcho, sorry, asks, how come you didn't resin print the shell? I haven't resin printed anything since we moved here. I don't have a good way to ventilate the place. the Fart Fighter 5000, like the filter I made, and the filter box is great. It's fine for the printer. The problem is the following steps, the cleanup. That I don't have a good way to ventilate the place, and until I do that, it's just too risky to do much resin printing in here. That said, I do have episodes coming up that need... Oh, I should be doing this on camera, shouldn't I? I do have episodes coming up that need resin, so I gotta, get my stick on the ice, so to speak. Are you guys talking about steak rice? Is Brooke cluing you into the magic of Ikanari's steak rice? It is so hard to videotape yourself doing projects without getting your hand in the way. Eric Greenwood asks, why am I using first aid scissors? Well, the proper name for these things is trauma shears, and they're called that because they cut through like anything. Like they cut through, like you can cut through like tough fabrics, like like nylon weave. You can cut through thin sheet metal. Cuts through some fairly thick plastic. It's really just an all-purpose scissor. They're also very cheap, and I should have replaced that a long time ago, but I didn't. Okay, so we've got keys. Let's try to find some. Do we have a 1? Is there a 1 around here? I had everything nicely laid out, but like during the insanity of trying to get this stream online, I think I might have sent some stuff flying to the floor. Here we go. Oh wait, I forgot screws. There are more. Damn it. This thing is actually printed out of acrylic, believe it or not. I printed the body out of acrylic just because I had it from a certain video I did. A certain video of mine left me with rather a lot of different types of filaments. So I decided to try to use more of them, more of my exotic filaments. And this one is acrylic, and it does give it a really nice clear look, doesn't it? Probably should have made the back panel. Probably should have made the back panel in that so you could see the LEDs. Oz is built to code. Thank you so much for this $10 super chat. Zach's packing quite the human interface sack to be doing this live. Appreciate the stream and video, including real-time debugging. +1 for figuring out a way to leverage live code from viewers. Dialing in the stream it's gonna be a challenge. I'm glad I prepared. This would have been even worse if I hadn't prepared as aggressively as I did. Unfortunately, the mistake I made is I didn't do a full dress rehearsal. We should have done a full-on going live and all that fun stuff. Let's see. We had a... Oh no, I had another super chat and it fell off screen before I could find it. Sorry. But thank you very much. It really means every little bit helps. Now that I'm making 2 videos a month instead of 4 videos a month, obviously I get half the video revenue. So this does make a tremendous difference. But that's it. That's it. This project is, for all intents and purposes, done. As soon as we can get that key, as soon as we can get that those key codes, like I'll do that in the off time, then this thing will be done, and I'll be able to use it to control my stream. This is great. All right, so we have a couple. All right. Oh, I'm happy. We finished it. I'm pretty crazy. Oh yeah, Andre Tagliati. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So we can take this in a few directions. We can either do hold the making things and do a bit of a Q&A. We have a bunch of Q&A questions that have been sent in by patrons and Discord members we can take a look at. Alternately, we can build... I have materials to build 2 more of these, so alternately we can build stuff, or we can get back to writing some code. Otherwise, I'm pleased to announce that our very first project built on stream was a success. you helped, sir. You helped. Maybe I should list everyone's name in the source code. Yes, I really appreciate it. So, any preferences? Oh, okay. So we have a few. You know what? Let's take a little break. Stand by 1 sec. I am just going to refill my water glass. It is important to stay hydrated. All right, let's answer a few quick questions. First, Brian Santero, thanks for the super chat. Congrats on the first build. Thank you very much. I'm so glad it went so well. Some people like code. So let's answer a couple more. Where did I get the video footage and where did I get the thumbnail? There was nothing inside it. It was literally I took a wad of blue tack and I stuck one of the displays to the thing. I just rested keycaps in here, and I put a screw here and a screw here, and that's it. It was fake. I faked it. Where did I get the name Voidstar Lab? That's a neat question. It's a neat story. So Voidstar Lab. So a Voidstar is it's a term for, so in C# you have you can in C# you can basically functions are stored in memory, and you can like when you access a function, when you call a method, what it's doing is it's going to a specific memory location and it's running that. So a Voidstar is a pointer to something that doesn't have a type, and it's often used for let's see. Oh yes, I should do that. So it's it's often used for functions. So in a way, a Voidstar can do anything. It could be standing in for pretty much any kind of function. So it can do anything. On the flip side, it doesn't, unlike other C++ data types, it doesn't refer to a specific type of data. So it's nothing. And I just like that. I like that it's everything and nothing. And for an electronics consultant, we do everything. All that. Man. Mr. Pupy Butthole, I see you like a certain show for intellectuals. Have you thought of 3D printing any guns? I'm imagining, FGC9. I assume you mean, firearms and whatnot. I don't currently have any plans on putting any real-world weaponry on the channel. We've had a lot of random violence here in the States, and I think it would just be a little irresponsible. I wouldn't feel that good about it. Will I make them for myself? Probably not, because I don't really trust something at 3D print to not explode. I do think it's cool, though. I think it's cool. Disclaimer, so far, as far as I know, no suicides or murders have been done with 3D printed weapons. So this is it's a threat in the abstract. But it's still not something that I want to get too close to myself. Gantz, thanks so much for the super chat. Loved it, man. QMK, Bluetooth, OLED, extra keys, all working. Hit me up when you're done. I sure will. It would certainly... I sure will. Maybe you just solved all of my problems for me. Can only hope. Kevin Vanderbeck, thank you very much. $4.99. Hot tube hacking. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of that, but I like it. Let's see. 3D printing professor. I've 3D printed a gun, haven't fired it, but I want to do a video about the discussion. It's a hot tub stream, not a hot tube. They're in that firearms are in this weird place where they're not. It's not they're against the terms of service. They are restricted. It's understandable, right? A lot of advertisers don't want their ads appearing next to something related to guns or knives or anything. Even Shadowversity and Skullagrim, channels that focus on medieval weaponry. Even they get demonetized from time to time. And when I'm only making 2 videos a month, it's kind of risky. but so, like there's a moral aspect of it. I do think they're interesting, and they're certainly legal. They're certainly legal here. I think the whole thing is very interesting. Yeah. On top of that, there's certain types of projects like that I think can take over the channel. I feel like once you put a little bit of weapon content in, and I think it can kind of take over. There are a lot of viewers who just won't tolerate even a tiny bit of weapon stuff, and there are others who will only come for that. I feel like it kind of takes over. Let's see. Liberator gun is Inyaki Itiarga says Liberator is explicitly banned. They can send you to prison just for printing it. Depends on your jurisdiction. It is completely legal to manufacture. It's completely legal to make your own firearms for your own purposes here in America. It's held up in federal court, and it I think it's been tested, but it's a moot point because it's not something that I'm going to be in any rush to do. There are some projects that oh, excellent. Someone already asked it. Josh L. asks, what's your next project you're looking forward to that you can tease us about? We have separate sets of projects for. So the next project is, so I've talked about the Singularitron smartwatch. I've talked about the Singularitron smartwatch once in a while. I'm not going to pull it down. Basically, I have this giant smartwatch with like little cartridges with different sensors and stuff, like cartridges with a laser, and I have been meaning to make a video about it forever. That's the next one. We're going to be making that. We're going to be making the video about that. I want to show off this smartwatch with the little circuit board modules in it, and it's a really cool project. I just haven't had a good time to do it, so that's going to be the next one. Let's see, I have a few videos I have to come up with. Every Filament Part 2 is in the works. Every Filament Part 2 is coming. Hopefully we're going to get that done in June. That is going to have a lot of live streams leading up to it, because the 3D printers I have, my Prussias, can't handle a lot of these filaments. Like I did make there are some filaments that I just didn't know existed or that I couldn't get my hands on, but most of the filaments that I didn't cover, in that episode were things that my Prussias couldn't handle. So we have some equipment to make, and I'm not going to give any more teasers about that, but we have a whole lot of equipment to make so that we can make it happen. Brand B, in your excitement, did you wait 5 seconds to test? Well, I mean, it would work now, right? Like, it's running the same code. I'll go back and check. I'll go back and check. It should have. Ooh, Marcus says you should make your own voice assistant AI. I've been thinking about that for a while. I really like the idea of making a. I really like the idea of making a really rude and obnoxious jerk of a personal assistant, like Alexa, but an asshole. And I've really wanted to do that for a long time. Oh man, let me look at my calendar here. You can't see all of them though. Ooh, we got some good stuff coming up. We got access to the Voidstar Lab Discord, right? The Voidstar Lab Discord is a basically like we're part of their partnership program. They actually sent me a T-shirt, but we got access to their stage demo and their tickets demos, so or like beta or whatever. Basically, we're going to be running in June. We're going to be running a bunch of podcast style events. So like we're going to be getting some. Like making arrangements to like get people in from all throughout the maker community, and we're basically going to be doing like a podcast / talk like call-in show where where like viewers can actually like get like ask questions and get their voice on it if you're into that. So really excited about that. The first three the topics we're thinking of are cyberpunk, steampunk, and artsy fartsy stuff. So yeah, the little bottle. Thanks so much for CHF. I've got to find out what these abbreviations mean. Yeah, do you mean the mean Alexa? Yes, mean Alexa. I also have a number of projects and videos that I've promised people in. I've promised in videos. And I have to make good on that. I have to make the heads-up display, the Optigon. Got to make the we have to make a Nerf blast, an auto-aiming Nerf blaster. There are a few things. Let's see. Oh, Simple Electronics could come on your podcast. Just might. I do like podcasting. I briefly had a podcast before starting this. Tebla, thanks for the five quid. Our 3D printed Nerf semi-auto multi-flywheel sniper is a thing railgun style. Yes. If you go on YouTube, I mean you're already on YouTube. There is a someone made a 3-stage Nerf Raven, and it's just completely rad. Honestly though, like, all flywheel blasters are inherently inconsistent, and the thing that makes it hard to snipe with is there's a longer lock time with a flywheel, because you have to spin it up and then it has to pass through all the flywheels. Whereas with a spring blaster, you pull the spring and all it takes is for the plunger to reach the end of the tube for it to fire. So I found they don't work as well. Plus, your blaster has to be super well tuned. Sounds like a dustbuster. Yes, that's the mark of a good blaster. All right, let's see what else. We got here. We have a bit of an argument about whether people kill people. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds. But I don't want to get. This could be its own episode. I think it's a really fascinating topic. I think it's quite interesting. Some other projects in the works are we have to make the hacker ready version of the Data Blaster. Yes, we have to make the basically, like, I promised in the Data Blaster video, the Cyber Deck, they'd make one that's easier for you to make, and we got to do that. There's a lot to do. I always have a lot of project ideas. Zachary Binks asks, are there any budget constrained projects you might want to crowdfund? I get asked this question occasionally. And the short answer is no, because I'm just not used to thinking like that. I don't come up with the... I generally try to make do with what I have. And I guess I just don't have expensive taste. That said, I do want to start doing some videos with drones. Like hacking them, making projects with them, using them to get photography. Love to get some drones in. But high-quality drones, especially ones with high-quality cameras, are just... they're so expensive. It's crazy. The Cyber Deck is great. I love this project. I wish that video had more views. I love it. Yes, imagine not being in the Voidstar Lab Discord. Oh, man. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. First-person video, I'd love to check that out, because that's all wearable computers and stuff. There's a whole bunch. Ostensible Muse asks, have you used Soraya Tech Tenacious? I have. You can't print stuff in pure Tenacious, because it's like rubber. But it's great to mix in with other filaments. It makes it really tough and more printable. I like blue. I like their blue resin. That stuff is the best. I love that crap. It's so crispy. Oh my god. Mr. Puppy Butthole says, did you see Prusa tease the Prusa XL? So I guest starred on an episode of Prusa Live, and there's a very funny bit. There's a very funny bit in at the end of it about the Prusa XL that you should watch. They've been announcing that thing for like like 8 years or something. They'll release it when they release it. Cameron Kalegi, thank you so much for the $5. Your workshop in a backpack helped me narrow my stash in time for moving. Did you have to make any hard choices, packing or bring it all? I brought it all. I didn't have time to do any. I didn't have time to do anything except build the oscilloscope project. At the time, remember, I was still trying to do weekly videos and had tons of projects to make. I had to basically, like, throughout the move, like in order for this thing to work, I had to build this project, make the video about it, and then immediately make the 3D prints for 3D printers video, all in the span of a day or two. Or not a day. We had to basically make both videos in a few days, so I didn't have time to sort through anything. So we just had to pack everything. Brooke was a real champ. Brooke was a real champ about it. She was a real trooper. You know what? If we're gonna shoot the bull, right? Why not? Maybe we could assemble some more of these. Assemble some more of these bad boys. Let's see. Oh, can I show a close-up of the finished project? I really should be doing that, shouldn't I? Yes, we certainly can. Yes, we can certainly do that. Bear with me one sec. I didn't think of this, or I didn't think to do this because I didn't expect us to finish the project. You can see I have very high expectations of myself. Let's see. Yeah, this wide camera is not appropriate for getting a close-up shot. So let's get this in here. I think that's zoomed in a little far. You know what? There we go. I think that's looking pretty solid. Yeah, there we go. So this is the finished project. Move this guy. Yeah. So it's got a little OLED for displaying stuff. Buttons, satisfying click. Little rubber feet in the bottom. And yeah, so I'll be able to put these near my mics, or put these near my cameras, and easily switch between them. Yeah, isn't that neat? Okay, you know what? We could try. What's the battery life on this going to be? If I set it up right, probably months. It's a 750 milliamp hour battery, and I mean, Bluetooth Low Energy doesn't take a lot of juice. This might take a while. We could get a 3D print going. Let's see. I did set up the 3D printer cams. I don't know if they'll work though. Ifar Simpson, thanks a lot for the €2. I love your channel. Greetings from Germany. I do have a lot of German viewers, don't I? I should probably learn to sprechen Sie Deutsch. Sensible News asks, am I using the Camlink? I am. I have a Camlink 4K for the SLR, and I have three Logitech 922s. Ah, yes, the ASMR. Yes. Zachary Binks asks, says you should get a laser cutter so you can etch those keycaps. Interesting you say that. I've been talking with one of these like Chinese importers that sells like inexpensive laser engravers, and I think we're gonna get some in to do a giveaway and to get on an episode. So that's pretty rad. I would like to, because like that's the thing I dislike the most about. That's the thing I miss the most about the Fab Lab is losing access to the laser. I really miss that laser cutter. I use it so often. Okay, let's get some stuff. Let's get some stuff going. Let's get some stuff moving here. Let me think. Oh man, I didn't think this far ahead. We have a 3D printer cam we can wait on. We can build more of these, or I guess we could break so I could make Brooke dinner. Nah. All right. all kinds of cool stuff going on. We could go back to the code. Honestly, I don't have a lot of faith in my ability to code while chatting with people. I have to kind of go into the zone for that. But there's plenty of stuff to build. Let's switch back to our overhead cam, and there we go. So back to overhead cam, and let's make some more of these bad boys. Let's do a little soldering. I find this part I find building stuff. I find the building stuff part of building stuff very relaxing. Mike Vuka asks, are you going to sell some of those keyboards? I currently am not planning on selling anything I make for the show. I really need to get some merch up, though. Oh, man. I really need to get some merch. I kind of hope that, like, I was going to work with Brooks. So Brooks' sister is an illustrator, and I was going to work with her, but then she got a full-time teaching gig, and that obviously takes priority. Zachary Banks, thanks a lot for the super chat. Super entertaining maker stream. Thanks for a solid start to Friday. Cheers, everyone. You too. Enjoy your weekend. Hope you have an excellent one. Yeah, so she was going to do that, and then she got this full-time teaching job, and that kind of threw a wrench in it. And then I thought, like, all right, like, I'll just wait till we get, I'll just make one myself. And we have no memes. There are no, like, memes we can, there are no memes, like, we can make t-shirts and stuff out of. And I guess I would feel just kind of lazy. I feel kind of lazy making just, like t-shirts and stickers that just have the logo on them, Bear with me one sec. I have some... See, we have some buddies. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, we're good. We have to have stickers. I think we have to have stickers. I also don't want to see... I also don't want to seem too money-grubbing, Like, we gotta do, things. Oh, yeah, by the way, this episode... The stream is sponsored by Things. You gotta use the link in the description to check out things.com and get some 3D models. All the 3D models I build for all the projects, including this one. Maybe we should upload this. It's not a bad idea. All the 3D prints I build for pretty much every project are up there. And yeah, site's super easy to use. It's got this. It's got a 3D preview that loads extremely quickly, and they just added augmented reality previews. So yeah. I had a bit of a spat going about augmented reality on Twitter, but I'm always open to be proved wrong, and their system works pretty well. You open an app on your phone, you click on the model on Things, and there you go. You can now see the thing in real life. I imagine it's more useful for things like furniture than things like cyberdecks, but you're welcome. People do seem to want the code. Really? Really? I guess. Michael Reeves has a set of merch made in paint, so don't worry. Michael Reeves is an anomaly. He built his whole Michael Reeves and I, our channels... He built his channel on everything being half-assed, and I built mine on everything being, like super detailed, tuned... Alright, you know what? People want the code. The people get the code. I give the people what they want. Yeah, he built his channel on making things really half-assed, and I didn't. So I feel like it would be off-brand. I like doing it. I like doing things right. I like you know what? One of the things I like about the Hardware Hacker. One of the things I like about the Hardware Hacker community and just the maker community in general is that, like, you guys can tell when effort gets put into stuff, and I really like that. It's really encouraging when it comes to making content. What's going on here? Oh, right, there's a delay. Oh man. So yeah, I like that part. Cats. Oh. Yeah, but I'm allergic to cats. And they know it, too. Let's try to get both of these in view. Very nice. There it is. World's greatest drone pilot, Bot Grinder FPV. Put the code on a t-shirt. That's very silly. I like it, though. All right. You know what? You want the code? Let's see the code. I guess the people who wanted to see the project kind of come to fruition have been fulfilled. So yeah, let's take another look over here. Pardon the flicker. OLED displays flicker. Yeah. OLEDs flicker. So you're just gonna have to deal with that. His channel is half-assed. Mine is double-assed. That's right. We got 4 cheeks in Voidstar Lab. 4. Huh. Let's see. Oh, by the way, second. Oh yeah, there are Twitch. Mr. Puby Butthole says, Zach, remember they're Twitch streamers that make $40K a month. You could use some money. I feel like I don't have the assets for that. There's a reason I'm streaming on YouTube and not Twitch. I feel like I don't have the right equipment. Ooh, Garrett Davis, thanks so much for the $20. For the code. All right, let's check. All right, for the code. Tell you what. Let's take a little break from the. Let's take a little break from this. Let's take a look at that QMK code. Is that up on Discord? Is it up on Discord? I'll download that and we'll take a look with that. What the hell is going on in Discord? Brooke, do you think you can rustle that up for me? I think I. Yeah, could you, yeah, Brooke, do you think you could rustle that up? Colin Hames asked, you got any of that bathwater, Zach? Yes, you can have our hardware hacker bathwater. I think next time I change the... Alright, so another thing I have to do, there's a lot of things I have to do. Another thing I have to do is the computer needs some work, because it's got these loud-ass fans that I put in there because they look cool. But, like, the noise is too much during things like streams and whatnot. So, I have to, things like streams and whatnot. Yeah, so, like, I have to do some maintenance on it. So maybe when I do, like, I'll sell, like, liquid coolant. Voiceless V says, bro, you already have more equipment than most Twitch streamers. Yeah, but I need more equipment than Twitch streamers. Like, none of my stuff is in a video game, right? Like, it's all real life. So I have to be able to show this stuff, or it just can't work. A hot tub stream went. All right, enough of this crap. So eventually let's get that QMK code and take a look at it. But in the meantime, what should we do with the display? I guess we should put it on. Oh, it doesn't sound that bad, does it? Let me check this. Might be the computer. Tebla asks, would it be possible for for viewers to make different animations for the chromats? Yes. Yes, I really want to do that. I really want to put that in. Unfortunately, I don't have the web shops to code it fast enough. So let's get this out of here. I don't have the web shops to code it very fast, but eventually, yes, I want you to have the ability to set things up. What I really want to do is have custom emotes, right? I eventually want to have some custom emotes, and when you use the emote in chat, it will, it'll do it on that. I don't know any Mateo, I don't know any Spanish. I don't even know how to say I don't know any Spanish in Spanish. All right. Let's not get too distracted. All right, let's see what we got here. Void Mini Mech. It is a 3% keyboard. That is true. Yeah, let's clone it. What's going on? Why is this in the official repo? Are you the guy who makes QMK? I don't see any pull here. What do I know? Anyways, yes. How do I have to download the entire? I guess I have to download everything. There we go. All right, I guess I never have to worry if I have the right QMK for a keyboard. I really hope that we'll see if we'll see how well my tool chain is. Oh, it's forked. Never mind. I don't do much of this stuff. Let's just hope the tool chain isn't very hard to set up. Might have to do that right now. That's the official docs. Let's see what we have. I know this is the most entertaining to watch, but you know, it is what it is. Let's see. Building our first. Truth is, I also need to flash new firmware on the my ergodocs. That I have a few of the key bindings don't make any sense, and I lost the binaries. So where's let's see. What do we prepare? Our build environment. Maintains bundle. What's that? What does that do? QMK MSys. This is going to spiral out of control, isn't it? I Hate Dead People says, "Lol, I'm not really a maker. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not a coder. I am certainly a maker. But I'm not a coder." Zachary Binks asks, the Ergodox has an OLED screen on it. No, it doesn't. It has an LCD screen. Which, alright, fine. It's splitting hairs. Unsubbed. Yep, alright, we're gonna do code. You know what? That's how it works. Like, coding, like, when you say coding in hardware, you mean fighting with tool chains. Maybe while we're at it, I'll get Arduino 2.0 set up. Or even better, like, we'll go directly to, whatchamacallit. Yes, I do want that. At least 3 gigabytes of disk space is required. I guess we're doing this. This may take a moment. QMK MSys is very slow. Virus.exe. Somebody sent, like, I had the most obvious phishing email sent to me, like trying to do someone's like, yeah, we want to do a sponsor. Take a look at this video file to see if it's what you could do. I'm like, are you kidding me? Get out of here. Like, you know, yeah, it's pretty fine. Install PC Anywhere and we'll do the rest. Bad with computer. I don't think that's something I can comply with. Arduino 2.0. Yeah, 3D printing professor. Just finished a kick-ass Kickstarter. It's a good job. It's pretty radical. Let's see. Zach, Rust embedded. Oh my god. I don't even want. Wait, but that's Rust. Rust transpiles into C, right? Or am I thinking of something else? An LSD screen. Let's see who else is going on here. Oh, we have a number of questions that were submitted earlier over Discord. Let's pick one. Let's pick one at random. Let's see. Hamna Voapur asks, "How do you get better at soldering stuff overall? I've been finding it the hardest part of my projects." An absolutely astronomical amount of practice. Just a ludicrous amount of practice. I can't express how much soldering I've done. And how many of those projects have been crazy, like 1,000 joint projects. Massive amount of practice, plain and simple. Remember that, like, when I'm building stuff for clients, I'm often charged with making a number of copies of it. So, like, you know, every once in a while, like, I'll just have a weekend and have to, you know, solder 200 of a little LED driver or something. Oh my gosh. Red Nukes People's Minds asks, "How did you deal with making things in NYC? There's no space." Very carefully. I did not get used to, I didn't get used to keeping everything this tidy, by chance. It's because I had to. The Green Hoodie asks, "If I can ask, how old are you?" You can ask. I'm 32. This is a great question. Snap Pilot asks, "Have you thought about doing some projects for people with disabilities?" the answer is of course, because like so many of the things I make are, you know, have applications for accessibility, right? You know, like we got wearable displays, we got you know, we got like exotic interface devices. The thing is, I feel very uncomfortable. It makes me feel, that's the way of saying it, making a device that someone can actually really use as an extension of their body is very difficult, right? It's a huge responsibility, and most importantly, it's a level of work that I don't think I can commit to. So I'm not going, so like, you know, I've been making the project for someone with a disability, but it's not something they could conceivably use all the time. So really, that would mean that I'm just exploiting their condition to get sympathy views, and that's a little too dark for me. So yes, I have thought about it. It's very obvious, but no, I don't do accessibility projects because it is taking advantage of people's plight, and that's a step too far for me. I'm in this. I'm not in this for the. That's a little too far. Let's see. Oh, here's a good one. Inspire says, currently I'm saving up for a new house with a big shed to start off in. I believe I should start with woodworking and 3D printing. Would that be a good start? Yes, but make sure you put a barrier between them, because you don't want to be 3D printing in a room full of sawdust. Let's see. 8-bit. Hey Zach, my cousin wants to learn electronics, but I'm struggling to find a starter project for her that won't become dull. Which of your early projects did you find the most engaging and kept you motivated? Well, if mine was a heads-up display, like that's how I ended up learning all this stuff. Is first I wanted to put an ammo counter on my Nerf blaster, and then I wanted to put put a computer on my face. So really, whatever she's obsessed with, interested in is not enough. Excited about, not enough. Consumed by, like we'll skip food for. That's what you the sheer level of work and the sheer amount of stuff you have to get through to be able to build electronics is so ridiculously brutal that only something you're truly obsessed with will carry you through. If you're that type. Otherwise, you know, just find a good tutorial. People keep asking me what tutorials to take, and I don't know. I never used any of them. Looks like we're coming to the end of our installation. So, Aaron asked, do you ever do one-day builds with time as the main constraints? Most of my builds are not one-day builds. Most of the stuff you see in the channel was built between 2 and 4 days. I have to. There's no other option. Let's see. Oh, Billy Rubin asks, here's a good one. How do you take care of your mental health when you're working in such a crazy timeline? Well, part of, that's why we're here, right? Like, a big part of this is, big part of why we started doing live streams is because just trying to keep up with these, big part of why we're doing these live streams is because trying to keep up with weekly episodes, it wasn't possible. Like, it wasn't like, can I do this without burning out? It is, can I time the burnout so I get videos, so like it doesn't disrupt a video. So hopefully now, by doing fewer videos and, you know, having more time to just chill out with, you know, cool people, hopefully I'll burn out less. It's an endless struggle, and I don't think it's possible to sustainably make YouTube. The sheer amount of work you have to do is just too much. Professor D, thanks for the super chat. I need your assistance in building disability stuff for myself. I want to propose collab consult. We can do big things. Currently, I'm not looking for collaborations, but I'm always interested in, you know, like, you can certainly float it. Remember that I'm not saying I can't do these projects. I'm saying that I can't do them to a level of polish that makes them usable. Remember, my projects only have to work for a 10-minute or a 20-minute video. But yeah, like, get on the Discord, shoot me, or, you know, mention me, shoot me a DM, check that stuff out. Brick Pixel, thanks so much for the $20. Thanks for the heart. I really appreciate it. Big supporter of the channel there. Oh, there we go. Oh, Jesus. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's, alright, now let's unzip this, and hopefully we can just compile it straight on. Although my Windows Explorer seems to have frozen now. I can't show you because it's on the other. Yep. To err is human. To mess up, you need a computer. I'm surprised no one ever asked me why I don't swear. Well, that took a few seconds, didn't it? Oh my. When Windows Explorer freezes, you know things are going all the way downhill. Am I still going? Yeah, of course I'm still going. These guys on Twitch stream for like 8 hours. Like doing 3 is not enough. Why don't I swear? This is funnier. Yeah, it's funnier. Not Internet Explorer, Windows Explorer. Yes, the stream is still live. Andre Tagliati asks, am I using my Raspberry computer? I certainly am. Let me, while we're waiting for, oh my god, while we're waiting for this to do its thing, why don't I open up OBS and show you what I'm up to on it. I'll show you what's, let's take a little, let's take a little look. Where's my face? Let's take a quick look here. Okay. This is let me just quickly resize this. Okay. I hope this works. Let's see. You know what? Let's do this on. Oh, I can't move it around. All right. So let me try to connect this. Let's see. Sultan of Squirt. That's the name of the printer. The printer's called the Sultan of Squirt. All right. HTTP. All right. So yes, I am. Is the desk cam wobbling? Bear with me one sec. 192.168.110. Oh, it worked. Bear with me one sec. 100 port 8080. How do I stream? And action equals stream, I think. Let's try to get this onto the main window. It's not working. Bear with me one sec. I'm just gonna quickly look this up. 192.168. Basically, it's now the mini PC is now a print server. It's running Octoprint. It's connected to my main 3D printer. So I can actually stream its webcam to you. And I just don't know how to do that. Oh, there we go. An action, yeah, and action. Question mark action equals stream. Okay, excellent. One sec. Question mark action equals stream. Okay. So let's see. This should work. There we go. There we go. Face. There we go. Yeah, that's right. Who needs Spaghetti Detective when I got a YouTube stream? Yeah. So we can see that's what it's up to. Short answer. Now you can see the YouTube stream. Woo! H4 asks, what are the real uses of a computer as small as a cyber deck? The cyber deck is useful for when you need to bring a computer into the field. Real world use is I did a lot of installations in industrial equipment, and that often needed upload new firmware, read serial stuff, and I would have to carry a laptop or like balance it on my balance it somewhere. But yeah, it's much easier because I built this thing to be able to hold one-handed. That's why it's got the weird handles and stuff. Why are people active on my Discord? Seth Polavoy asks, why are people active on your Discord instead of dedicating their whole attention to looking at your face? I know. I didn't expect this to take this long to unzip. It's unzipping at 90 kilobytes per second. This... Today just ain't my day. Today is just not my day. We could go back to building things. Or... Answer another question. The cyber deck rabbit hole does indeed run real deep. Zachary Binks asks, what are the specs on my rig? I don't actually, like, I don't actually remember a lot of them. Let me, how do I check this? I think you go like this PC, something is a sense of disturbance in the force. I think this is it. There we go. Yeah, so I got an i7-7700. Graphics cards are two 1080 Ti's. We got a little SLI action. I mined Bitcoin on them and they paid for themselves. We got some RAM. The whole thing's got a custom-built hardline liquid cooling system with a 320mm rad and a 240mm radiator. Yeah, we've got a 500 gig M2 drive, a 2 terabyte M2 drive, and two 2 terabyte hard drives. And yes, Brian Santero says, "You sly dog, you." Indeed. Mark Johnson asked, "The wallet looks great. Did you make it?" Yeah, that's what's going on in the computer. I love this computer. This is one of my very favorite projects. I love it. It makes me happy. Eris Palm says, okay, redacted for you for mining Bitcoin, though. The heating in our old apartment was terrible. Like, complete garbage. The place got super cold. It would get like 50-something degrees down there. Like, something crazy like that. So, we mine Bitcoin. Because if you think about it, like, if you're just mining Bitcoin, it's an 850-watt space heater. So, yeah, we mine Bitcoin to heat up the apartment. Yeah. I try really hard. Okay, so Ostensible Muse asked, is that where the oscilloscope liquid coolant went? No, we had to dump that when we rolled here. The oscilloscope, I'm planning on rebuilding the oscilloscope, getting rid of all that that vinyl tubing and replacing it with hardline. Yeah, so it's gonna be great. Zachary Binks makes a great. Yeah, it's just sufficient to mine Bitcoin as it is to use electric heat. I mean, doing the same thing. You're passing current through. You're passing current through resistance to provide some heat. If the heat is wasted, then yeah, you're just doing entropy for no reason, man, or woman, or person. It is tricky. What do you say we start a print? Let's do a little 3D printing here, because today's episode is sponsored by Things, who've really done a great job of making this possible. Things was the first sponsor that took a chance on our stream, and that really means a lot. So yeah. Unfortunately, I can't show off the new augmented reality feature because I can't figure out how to stream my phone to YouTube. But that's cool. Should we print an iris mechanism? Oh, that's rad. So this is actually a really good demo of this. You can actually see this is a multi-part model here, and Things actually lets you see how all the pieces go together. Yeah, isn't this neat? So yeah, what do you say we make an iris mechanism? this thing's actually cool as hell. So yeah, let's download that. If you are interested in what you see, you want to support the channel, go visit go visit things using the link in the description. Yeah. And most importantly, they don't make you wait 5 seconds to watch an ad when you download things. I will host all the 3D printing files from these projects on things once we get time. Oh, these are solid work. Oh, seriously, these aren't even STL files. I wonder, can I get these into Fusion? Does that work? Can I get these in? Does that can yes? Almighty comment section. Can we get SolidWorks parts into Fusion so we can export an STL? I guess we'll find out, right? Oh, wait. Oh, run zipped. There we go. Okay. So let's head back to here, and let's see. So download our software. So we do this, right? Like after installing QMK, you can set it up with this command. This is gonna go great. It's possibly does this also install in WSL? Let's see. Oh, it's open on the other window. Oh, hey there. Oh, wait. Well, crap. I guess all that time was wasted. Okay, so we've installed QMK MSys. What's next? Alright, you need to install this. We did. Does this put something in our start menu? This is it says its own command line. Okie dokie. Alright, okay. Nice. Is this gonna make us all okay. Okay, let's take a look at our okay, so we're gonna go, so let's look at the one we're gonna install here. Void Minimech. So we have to like change directory into this, or compile KB is that right? QMK-H this, I guess? No. Okay, set up. Let's see. Positional arguments. H is help. Okay, so we want. What I'd like to set. This is my home. Yeah, why not? Let's go for it. What? This totally is. See, yours truly downloads QMK firmware master, QMK firmware master. Yeah, it's right there. Okay, whatever. Let's do this. Okay, so now we go to okay, help. Okay, so we're gonna do QMK compile. Compile keyboard void mini mech. What was the key map default? Is it working? I think it's working. I think it's working. It finished with errors. No rule to make target. Oh great, I have to debug make files. Oh, excellent. Oh great, here's our error. Error occurred. 1. Alright. CMK file. liblufa makefile, no such file or directory. Well, yeah, that is true. Is there supposed to be something in here? Oh my god. This is why I never learn or use anything new. Because I never end up doing it. I end up wasting all my time wrestling with tool chains. It isn't a, there's a, look, it's oh, I have to, this needs me to check it out? Is that what's going on here? We have to do all this again. Not all of this, I guess. Oh. Alright. Come on. I did download this. I did download this as a zip. Let's clone this. Yes, I just need to sudo it. That's correct. All right, let's read through some comments. Maybe someone's got. Maybe someone nailed it. Make git submodules. Is that it? Just copy the, Gant says, just copy the one I downloaded into the master directory. Alright. Oh, right, I can use, right, I can use this. And it'll do it for me. Except I have to, how do I unbind this? Okay, so help. Let's see. Download is simp. That's correct. How do I unbind the home? I guess it's trying to do that here. So the thing I'm thinking about here is that if I clone it from this, it's going to clone the master, right? It's not going to clone. So this version here, this one, so this fork here with the custom code is 150 commits ahead. So I need to, I guess, download it through there and then fast forward it. And I know I'm going to mess it up. I don't think I've ever fast forwarded, or applied a. Pulled in a fork without ruining everything. Yeah, shit, so, but, like, it already is in the master. Maybe we can do, home, and we'll do the one that I just, we'll do the one where I cloned it. We can check that out. The keyword is already in there, right? Should be able to Gant says, should be able to copy the Voidstar mini mech folder into my default home in MSys. I don't know what that means. I have a question. How does the CyberDeck work? You say 3D modeling works well on it. I mean, it's a Raspberry Pi 400. I don't think a Raspberry Pi 400... I don't think a Raspberry Pi 400 would make a good CAD program. Let's see. I think... Jesus. Let's drop this here. Maybe this will work a little better. You can see, like... This isn't how I usually like to run how I would like to run a stream. I prefer constantly having some forward momentum, but well, you can always give like it's gonna take a while to dial things in. It's gonna take a while to figure out the it's gonna take a while to figure out what format to use and what folks like. And we still got 400 viewers. It's nothing to laugh at. Let's see. Inyaka Itriga asks, have you ever thought of patenting an idea? Yes, and it was a mistake. It was a bad idea, and all the time I wasted patenting it instead of prototyping it and testing it meant that I dumped way too much time into a dead-end project. I wasted way too much time, way too much money. A patent is a lousy way to it's a lousy way to stave off competition, because a patent is only effective if you have a legal fund. Remember that liability insurance generally doesn't cover prosecution. Yeah, basically, unless you have unless you have a war chest of, give or take, like somewhere between $2 and $50 million, a patent doesn't help you. Someone can just steal it, and then you have to sue them, and they'll run you out. Fatal could not rate. Great. This isn't working either. Let's get in there and delete it. Destination path, Dropbox projects. Why is it doing it here? Why is it what? It cloned to the wrong place. It's cloning into the Chromance folder. All right. Let's. Maybe I can. Maybe if I delete it, it'll work. Jesus. I'm gonna give this another 10 minutes, and if firmware isn't on that keyboard, we are moving on. Not saying I don't want to do this, but yeah, Ryan Payton nailed it. This is real project work when nothing works. This is why I have to be so careful about researching everything. I literally, under normal circumstances, if doing, like, let's say using a library requires me to, get something off of GitHub or compile something, straight up won't do it. It's too risky. This is the type of stuff that I have to avoid, because, like, if something like this happens, it doesn't matter if I'm recycling it or not, it's going to get overwritten anyways. Ryan Payton says, that's why I have to double my hours estimated. It's part of the fun. It was hard to get clients to pay for stuff like that. Like, every once in a while I get a client who's like, yeah, like, we need this every once in a while we get a client that says, hey, we need you to do this node project. I'm like, we need this Docker. This is bad. All right, let's start over from the top. Maybe we can try running this. Start. Maybe reopening this and start from scratch. Excellent. Yeah, let's hang on a second. We don't want alright, so let's go into our downloads, and apparently hard deleting is faster? Alright. Let's see, downloads, QMK. Where's our delete? I thought it was in. I thought you like. Oh, maybe that was Mac. Yeah, there you go. Shift delete. It's always. There's the problem. I think the problem is that there's just a lot of stuff hitting my file system. I think I'm recording the stream. Let's see. All this stuff is a pain. Anyways, what I was saying before is like occasionally I'd have like a client who's like, oh, like we just need you to like just integrate with the simple web app. It's written in Node. It's in a it's in a Docker container. And I'm like, all right, this will take me 3 weeks. And they're like, what? Are you kidding me? Like this is such a simple project. I'm like, yeah, it's a simple project, but I don't know how long it's going to take me to get all those dev tools set up. So like unfortunately, it's gonna. We have to budget for 3 weeks because odds are I'm going to be wrestling with the tool chain for a week to be able to compile it. Yeah, it's part of the fun. Yeah, it's part of the fun. Let's see. Let's check this in. You can copy your firmware folder to some other place, delete it. I'm not sure it would be any faster than deleting it. I think that it should be NTFS. I think I'm just like recording the stream or something, and it's hitting the file system too hard. Alrighty. Zachary Binks says business people don't know the struggle. Not only do they not know, it's not relevant to them. The struggle doesn't matter. What their goal is to turn. They've been tasked. They've been given a pile of money, and they've been told to increase the size of that money by a certain percentage. And a business person should not concern themselves with what it takes to get there. That's why they need to hire high-quality engineers and people who will be honest with them and let them know. A rename would have been smarter. That's true. I don't know if that'll help us at this point, though. Part of the fun of streaming is my attention is always going to be divided, so unfortunately I'm often going to be making the wrong decision and then having to, pretend for a while. It's part of the fun. Lou says, do you have a secret for keeping your energy up when you have to work to achieve something but no one to share your feelings with? How do you keep stuff from losing meaning or value? Well, I don't know. Like, that's an interesting question, because I feel like if something has value, like if there's no point in finishing a project, I'm not going to finish the project, right? Like if something doesn't have any meaning, I'm not going to do it. So I think that's kind of the. This is on an M2 SSD. This is a fast drive. There's just a limit to how much it can handle at once. All right, so let's try this again. How to keep the energy up? It's you gotta think about the end. A lot of people say, all right, let's hope this works. I'm sure this will screw up in some other way. A lot of people say it's not the journey, it's the destination, but when it comes to projects, the destination is important. I'm not saying it's everything, but you have to keep the end in mind. When I go out to build a project, I think it is because there's a lot of files. When I go out to build a project, I'm not doing it to learn something. I'm doing it to get the project. So not only that, I'm almost always building the project for a specific purpose. So it's not just like I am putting. Yeah, let me get back to here so I can actually see myself. So it's not like I'm putting web-enabled lights on my shelf. It is that I'm putting web-enabled lights on my shelf because I am doing a stream and I want the ability to turn them off if if it starts throwing off like the color balance or something. And having that having a reason to build the project kind of pulls you through, especially if it's attached to a day. On top of that, it just comes with territory. A lot of folks have this idea that building a project is fun, and it's occasionally fun, but on the whole, it's not. On the whole, it's hard. It's work, and in part, it's getting to have the finished thing and having something that's driving you through it. This is the extent of my web development knowledge, by the way. This is as fine. This is as good as it gets, but. It does, but it does have PWM. Look at that. Look at that. It's halfway. That's my web dev knowledge. Looks like there's not much to see on this front. But yeah, there was another element to that question that I thought was great. No one to share your feelings with. I've struggled with this for a while. I don't find that. It's hit or miss over whether sharing my feelings will actually make them better. Because sometimes, like, sometimes, I don't know, sometimes, like, I don't know, what's the way of saying it? Sometimes, like, if I, am ranting about being anxious, it will make me feel anxious, and that can burn me out faster. So sometimes it's better to just get it done. But, it's hard. I don't necessarily live the, most healthy life. But keeping your energy up is it can be a challenge. I think one of the mistakes people make. I talked about this in my Finish More Projects video, which if you haven't seen it, you should watch if you're into this. Is a lot of folks do the fun part first, and that's a massive mistake. You don't do the fun part first. You do the riskiest part first, because you don't want. First off, you don't want to suck all the fun out of the project, right? Like nothing sucks more than like. Nothing sucks more than having a project that only has the bad stuff done, especially when you're comparing it to like doing all the fun stuff. But on top of that, you don't want to put in work and then something brings down the project and you realize that something was harder than you expected or a part takes longer to source than you thought. Basically, do the risky stuff first, not the fun stuff, and that helps all of it. Would I rather fight a goose or an eagle? Well, of course, I'm gonna fight the goose. It doesn't have talons. It doesn't have a beak. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die if an eagle rips my jugular open. It'll be a patriotic way to go, though. I'll just fall over being like. We got some new questions. Here. This isn't one of them. Epsom G WTF BBQ says, how do you find meaning within the absurdity of the human condition? I don't. It's clearly there is no purpose to existence, and if there is a purpose, it's because we create it. I know this got a little existential, but like, I don't know. I think it's funny. People get so tied up hoping that like there's something outside of them to drive them forward when we have it inside us the whole time. Like, I don't know. I find something hard. Like it's inspirational, right? Like knowing that we're the ones who make meaning and we're the ones who decide what counts and what doesn't. I find it very inspirational. It's not to say that life's purposeless. It's that we make the purpose. It's us, and I like that. How is Colorado? I haven't had a chance to hang out very much in Colorado because of the pandemic. Colorado isn't very good about getting vaccinated or putting on masks, and there's a lot of coronavirus going on. Unable to access this. We timed out. Oh, that's great. Looks like another one of our options is closed down. It's not. Let me make sure it's not being blocked by the firewall. Intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. You need both. You really do. Intrinsic motivation is. Life sucks when a job sucks when you don't want to do it. Plain and simple. But you'll never do a job as well as you can, or in a way that the world can use it best without some external motivation. I think the first matters far more, though. 100%. Bear with me 1 second. I'm just gonna go into my firewall and make sure that nothing was blocked. Sus connection blocked yesterday. So yeah, this it's passed through the firewall. If this isn't working, then it's another problem. Oi, Gevalt! Oi, Gevalt! Michael Hill asks, oh, this is a good one. I covered this a bit in my my ideas video and my projects video. If you have a problem with Canada Gooses, you got a problem with me, and I suggest you let that one marinate. Oh no, oh, wait, no, I confused two things. Yeah, how are you? Sensible Muse asks, how do you stick with one project without getting distracted with another? I can give you techniques, but like there are strategies, but at the end of the day, none of them will work unless you want them to. Like you have to want to do it. You have to want to finish a project before you start another. I mean, another good way is just cut yourself off from learning about like once you start a project, like stop going on electronics Reddit, stop going on Hacker News, stop going to your hackerspace. Just don't get distracted. I mean, but honestly, just another way to do this is you want to do too many things. I know. Another way to do this is like anything is possible, and you can want to do a lot of things, but not everything is worth doing. So it's important. So like it's really tempting to see like, oh man, this thing like this board like senses where my hand is above it. I can do like 3D hand gestures. Okay, why? What are you gonna do with that? Like, oh, I guess I'm just gonna set it up and like make a skeleton that moves with me. Like, all right, is that worth the 100 hours or whatever? Not really. Well, then is the project worth doing? It's tricky. Unfortunately, I think this is a non-starter. I don't think we're going to be able to hash out this tech support. Unfortunately, unfortunately, it's not gonna happen. Yeah, I think it's a non-starter. If we want to keep developing, we're gonna have to do it on this. I know I'm quitting early, but we have to be pragmatic. If we want to develop this further, we have to do it using Arduino because that's the tool chain that I already have set up and known working. So let's see. We can move on to. We can try to figure out what's going on with the. We can try to see what's going on with the numpad and stuff. Kenny Rasher asks, I missed the stream while the recording stay on YouTube. It will, but I'm only making it available to my patrons. I cannot make streams public because YouTube doesn't draw a distinction between recorded streams and videos, and the numbers that a stream gets is far lower than the number that a video gets. So, unfortunately, if I put them on my stream, it'll actually make it worse. They will be unlisted and made available. Hey, 3D Printing Professor, take it easy. Made available for patrons. Let's see. Kay asks, what Linux distro do I use? I use Raspbian, or whatever. Generally, I use whatever the manufacturer has. I can't express how little I care about going deep on anything. I'm just trying to make stuff. I'm not interested in getting the most out of the stuff. If it works, the project is over. Let's copy this code in that Michael pasted. We're just going to start with this one. Let's see if this works. Just paste this guy in, and let's give it the upload. Soon asks, what's the thing in the background? The thing in the background is the Chromats. This is my emotion sensing, although I don't have the emotion sensing hooked up now. It's my emotion sensing wall art. I built it. It's actually a very easy project if you'd like to build it yourself. It's all in the it's all up there. I use Arch, by the way, is silly. I mean, if the other person also takes Linux seriously, you know, it can matter. I don't really see a reason not to use, in most circumstances, like, I just don't see a reason not to use, like, Ubuntu, Debian, or Kali. Like, just depending on what I'm trying to, depending what I'm using it for. Okay, let's see if this worked. Let's see. What? Let's let me open this up. Did this? I mean, it's a 2. Like, it's a 2, but it's not a number pad 2. Yeah. It's a 2, but it's not a number pad 2. So I guess though we made progress. Yeah, Michael, don't. I'm reading the things. I'm trying to exhaust one possibility before starting another. The advantage of getting, I also wanted to kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Getting the getting QMK set up so I could work on this, but Kenny says Arch is nice because once you get it set up the way you want, there's no more surprises. You know all the failure modes and how to fix it. I feel like that's kind of yeah. I feel like that holds for most distros, though. The question is, like, by the time you learn it, what could you have used that time for instead? Not to say that, look, sysadmin is its own skill. Not saying it's bad. Do I have numlock on? It doesn't matter, because here, I'm going to push number pad 1 on this guy. Or I'm going to push number pad 7 on this guy, right? And now we'll push number pad 2. Wait a second. Did I just not bind this? Wait a second. This might be working. I might just be an idiot. A, B, C, D, E, F, 1. Let's see. I might just be stupid. Let's see. I am Windows scum, but I do make use of. I love WSL. It's so clever. It's such a great idea. I'm really happy they made it. It just not be mostly because it kind of got rid of the last reason I was using a Mac. You can do Linux-like stuff on it. But now we do Windows. All right, let's see. All right, let's try this. Oh, it's working. Oh, it's working. Oh man, good stuff, Michael, with the clutch. Oh, we are in business. It's working. All right, yeah, we can actually use this to change camera. All right, awesome. Boop boop boop. All right. It's gonna take me let me. It's been messing with the stream. Yeah. All right. Let's get this set up for the other ones, and then the project's gonna work the way it's supposed to work. Heck yes. That's yeah. I got the hive mind on my side. All right. Let's make some constants here. Let's do these up here. So this was a 7, right? So we want 7, 8, and 9. So that's 6 aught and 6 1, 9 and 8. We call these key code 7, 8, 9. All right. So we got our keyboard report. Feels good. So we want key code 7, key code 8, and key code 9. Let's see if this goes. Probably will though. I think this is about set, and I have no idea what to do with the display. I just added it. Oh, I guess this should be const, or I'd have to pass it by reference. I don't know. Debug it or remove it. Remove it. We could just use one array and change key code 0. That's true. I wonder if it's sending it the same. I wonder if it's sending it 6 times. I wonder if that's affecting anything. Bad with Computer asks, do you know any good jokes? Guy walks into a bar with a slab of asphalt under his arm, and he sits down at the bar and he plunks the slab of asphalt onto the bar, and he says, "Hey bartender, one for me and one for the road." And now, it's working. It's working. It's working. I think that's it. I think we're set. I think that ticks the boxes. I think that that hits the that does it. Yeah. Cool. Oh right. Yeah, it's working. This code obviously sucks, and I still have no idea what to actually do with the OLED. But you know, we do. Well, we did the thing. Michael with the clutch. I really appreciate the programming QMK, and I'm sure it works just as well and is even more full featured. But the nature of it's just the nature of whatchamacallit. It's just the nature of the game. Hopefully I can get that set up, because like I do plan on making a lot more mechanical keyboard projects. So I think this just about brings it brings us to an end. Like we set out to make a little keyboard. I think we made a little keyboard. So yeah, our tiny keyboard is alive. Just need to come up with, maybe I'll come up with a name. I probably won't though. Working title ends up being the proper title. The OLED should display the name of the camera. That would require us to add in like a serial port or some other service in addition to HID. Not impossible, but you know, we could do it. The Threeb, that's right, the 3 board. Is that a good idea? What do you think? What do you think? Should we call it the 3 board? The Threeb. The LED could tell your last press button. I think I might have it. I think I might like maybe have it do like do a timer, like show how long it's been on that scene, so that I can remember to keep things going. The Thunder 3 fingers, very nice. Yes, it is Bluetooth. This is a Bluetooth display. The tri-board, the try-hard forehead. Could do some things. The truth is, the OLED is gonna have to be off a lot of the time because it flickers. So it would be cool. Whatever. We could have some fun with it. Didn't end up getting 3D printers going. But yeah, before we sign out, I just want to remind you today's stream is sponsored by Thangs, and yeah. Next time you're looking for a 3D model, or if you have a 3D model, and next time you're interested in some place to put it, consider Thangs. Use the link in the description. Helps the channel, helps them, and you don't have to deal with any ad breaks in whenever you download a file. They have a sweet like preview feature, and you can now preview things in augmented or demented reality. I seem to not be gimbal locking. Anyways, yeah, I'm going to be uploading the STLs for this file to Things, and I'm going to be putting out my terrible source code and wiring diagrams, instructions at some point. Maybe that's what we could do for the next one. Anyways, yeah, we are going to be streaming every Monday every Friday. So if you missed, yeah, we're streaming every Monday and every Friday. It always starts at noon. Today started a little late because we had some of the worst technical difficulties I've ever experienced. And yeah, so set your calendars. We're gonna try to get a different project going each time. Congrats, Brian Santero. Brian Santero says, "Congrats. What's the project again? The 3 board, I guess. Not bad. The Wii 3 Keo. The Wii 3 Keo. Oh my gosh. Yeah. If you missed the stream and you want to catch up on it, you have access to it. If you want access to all of our stream backlogs, become patron. Patrons get access to everything. Noon in Mountain Time because we are in Colorado. That's 1800 GMT. But yeah, so we got all kinds of crazy stuff going. We're gonna be building 3D printers. We're gonna be doing a little laser etching. We have some more projects to make. We got a smartphone to do. We have some old projects to repair. We got this $18,000 oscilloscope that we gotta pull back together. And plus, we have all kinds of cool stuff. I have this SparkFun alternate reality puzzle. It's like a reverse engineering puzzle, like an escape room on a circuit board. And we'll do that eventually. So every Monday, every Friday, we try to start at noon Mountain Daylight Time. Yeah. Streams will be however long we feel like it. I'm going to try to keep each stream at least 3 hours long. Somewhere, maybe 2 if things are really hectic. But I'm trying to keep in the neighborhood of 3 hours. This one is about where we want to go. But yeah, thanks a lot for tuning in. Thanks a lot for watching. Check out Things. Thanks to them for sponsoring this episode. Appreciate everyone who donated and became a subscriber throughout this. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the future.